Hello. Hello. Cerveza cristal. Cerveza cristal.
I'm getting there. I just need to get the last little tidbits. Alright, looks like that is everything. Alrighty. And we're gonna just move straight into the video game. Oh, hang on, where's there? There we go. We're just gonna move straight into the video game. Good morning, everyone! Hi, hi! Americano! Hi, hi! Hi, hi! Hi, hi! Hi, hi! Welcome, everyone. Hopefully you're all doing alright. Quick cola to get me awake. I hope everyone is doing alright. Augusto, good to see you. It is... You know what, Augusto, though? It has been a long time since I've seen you in the channel, and I now understand why. Is because because Argentinian time is slightly different from, like, you know, the other American times and such. So so I'm sorry that, like, most of the times that, like, when I'm streaming in the week, it's not working out like too well for you, because, you know, like you said, by the time you wake up, I'm already done, because I only do, like, normally I only do, like, 3-hour-long streams and such. It's not really long, but yay, you're here! Look, there you are with your little, like, thingamadiggies. But yeah. Welcome, everyone. Hopefully there isn't any advertisements right now, like, pissing anyone off. Alright. I need to head back to Tololoroy. Excuse me. I should probably make Tololoroy the home return, because that's the one with, like, the lodgings and everything like that. That would make more sense. Hang on a sec. Set as home point. There we go. Damn, some people look cool. Level 94 and what have you. But yeah. I think I'm, like... I think I've hit over the halfway point. I think I'm, like, maybe 2 streams away from getting through all of this. So... everyone's just, like, dealing with the worst of it. Materia melded there. We got the materia vendor. So they want, like, all the cracked nonsense. I wonder if there's, like, a limit to, like, the level materia you can put in based off the level of the gear, because maybe that's the... maybe that could be a deciding factor, but anywhoosies. Use you for the Aether Point thing. Also, why are you registered as a... already registered as favorite? Okay, but can I remove? I guess I can't remove it. But yeah. Welcome to a Saturday morning. So, depending on how we go through with the progress of Final Fantasy XIV tonight, this morning. Hi there, Sage. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Oh, so you know, I was so confused by your icon, like the weird mouth-looking thing, and it's explained to me. It's September 2024. For being subby friends, I'm participating in September 2024. Good for you. Hope you're having a good stream. I leave now. No, don't leave already, Augusto. You just got here. We haven't even been able to do the funny accents or, like, a little, like, rant about all kinds of nonsense. Ah! Well, the hour of departure is at hand. Those of us remaining here shall accompany you part of the way. I, for one, would like to see the dome firsthand. We set forth as soon as everyone is ready. I will inform Wooklamot that... There you are! Ah, Lamati! We were just planning to call on you. Are you ready to leave? I am. Seeing the people come together as one, knowing they haven't given up hope, it was all the encouragement I could ask for. Right then, let's get going. We'll leave for Zoktorel Skygate. You love the nonsense? Absolutely! It just, you know, I'm like a diesel engine, okay? It's just gonna take me a minute sometimes, alright? I'm doing this at the start of my day. I have all this energy. I've talked to no one besides the bakery girl. Like, there's a bakery I go to. It's called Brumby's. So I've started doing this for like some of my Saturdays and I want to try and do it like nearly every Saturday as sort of like a treat myself thing. I go to the Brumbies and I get myself a chocolate croissant. They're really delicious, and like they have quite a bit of sugar and calories to it because, you know, it's a chocolate croissant, but you know, I like getting them. I personally like them for my breakfast. I decided to splurge a little bit, and I went for a chocolate croissant and a slow-cooked beef and pepper pie. So, way more energy than normal, and, you know, hopefully is gonna, you know, sustain me. It's gonna keep me awake. It's gonna keep me alert and able to do all kinds of whippy-nippy nonsense as I go through more of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, allowing you to get through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Ward and the award-winning Stormblood expansion up to level 70 with no restrictions on playtime. Do they still have Bruffins? I don't know about Bruffins, but I went for Brumbies. I don't know. I've not seen a Bruffins. I know there's like a Pie Face. That's it. Pie Face, I think, still exists. Everyone's here? Good. This is it, my friends. We go to strike down Zeral Jah and secure peace for Tolorial. We'll be passing through Shalanoi, where there have been reports of enemy movement, so stay sharp. Yeah. Hi there, Velk. Welcome. Thank you so much for keeping me company in last night's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I'm sorry we weren't able to go through any of the, Shadowbringer, like, dungeons or anything like that, but I really did enjoy the variant dungeons that we went through from Endwalker. However, I ain't gonna do that again. not unless I get through Final Fantasy XIV, but I'm gonna be real with you. At the pace that I'm going at and the amount of times I want to take a break and shit, I would not be surprised if I didn't get Dawntrail and all of its patch content down by the time the next expansion comes out. The Lands God had told me about them. They emerged from the dome in quick succession and took to looming overhead. A display of force like the vessels in Telluriel. Indeed. And while they haven't taken any aggressive actions, I want to see how things are in the area before moving on. We'll be passing a few settlements on the way to Shalanoi Station. It's the perfect opportunity to look around. All you could remember from my stream last night was shouting Grant and then passing out again. Yeah, that's fine. In that case, Grant and I know a few locals who can help. Then let's divide into two groups. Aaronville, Alize, and Grant will come with me to inquire with the locals. Meanwhile, the rest of you can go and inspect the dome. Understood. Once everyone is finished, let us reconvene at Shalanoi Station. We'll start with Ithusha. Already, we're hit with one of these things. We can start with Husatawi. Husatawi. That's where the Dust Watch is based, if I remember correctly. You do. The sheriff, Kamaka, should be able to tell us a few things. They used to do them. They were great. And yeah, they're fun going through once. They're fun going through at least once, I'd say. If I was like maybe it's just a case where I have to like actually look at the compendium and then the next thing you know, I'm just gonna be like, oh, I need to go again. Cause like, look, we've done each of these. I think the mountain and the island were my favorite. The Sildun, I was like, meh. Alright, so there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so there's, sorry, 12. It said 12 entries at the top there. And then we had extradition records there. And then we had an Aloha conservation report. Ah, okay, so that does a stun. And then we got Criterion Dungeons, where it's preset only. And then there's like coin, Shishu, Sildil coins. Branching path and exploring will reveal new elements of the overarching. Upon completing each path, a new entry will be added to the journal or expedition log associated with the dungeon. Simply open the VC and select. Okay, so you don't have to like pick things up. When exploring a variant dungeon with a light party formed via matching, all players must fulfill the required average item level. Fulfilling the average item level is not required when exploring solo or with a preformed party. Do not allow job changes. Resurrection via Rise or other abilities is also restricted, being permitted only through the use of the special action Variant Raise 2. Criterion Dungeons of Savage difficulty disable the use of variant actions completely and must be attempted by pre-forming 4-player party meetings. Yep. Okay, cool. Yeah. Oh, hi, Savage! Hey, they're level 100! I love how it says road to 90, but they're level fucking 100! Hi, Bookie, welcome to the stream, welcome. How are you doing? Out. You just finished cooking breakfast? Nice. Ah, excuse me, nose. Alrighty. Can I, like, run along these things? Ooh, yes, I can. Nice. If I was a patient man, I would have gotten my machinist up to, like a high enough level to go through all this. But I'd rather try and get through... I'm gonna keep going through this as the warrior, because that one is, like, the closest and my personal fave of the set for the whole, you know, getting through things. Oh, it's you two. I'll be Val Wooklamot as well. You're the sheriff of Dustwatch, yes? What's the situation here in Husatoti? Well, the enemy hasn't tried to pick a fight with us yet. The ships gave us a shock when they first appeared, but they've just been floating there, holding position. That said, I've received some unsettling reports from elsewhere. We've been investigating to the extent we can, but we're spread thin and haven't looked in on Sheshenewaji Springs yet. God damn these names! Apparently, mechanical soldiers were seen in the vicinity. What? If this is true, then the people there are in danger. I worry about the other townships as well. If the rest of you could head to the springs, I'll pay a visit to Merhuatesoyon. I'll accompany Aaronville. See you all in a while. I have all these to do. And there he is again. What? Summon. Ah, yeah, that's the summoner class. Alright, where do they want me going? Oh, I can just do this then. I've been here before. I haven't, like, done all the areas, obviously, but that's like that's a non-issue. They still do them. What do you mean they still do them? They look amazing. They still do them. Hang on. Oh! The barbecue bacon bruffin. Holy shit! That's what you were talking about. Okay. The barbecue... That look... Okay. That looks a bit intense. A traditional breakfast combo in a very non-traditional way, filled with barbecue sauce, cheese, a whole egg, bacon, and seasoning. It's breakfast in a roll. If it wasn't barbecue sauce, I would be totally down for it. I would absolutely get it to you. And all clear this way. The mechanical soldiers don't seem to be in the area. Still, we should talk to the locals. Let's each make rounds and see what we can learn. Alright, so we got people to the... And I can see Savage is in the chat. I can see that they're waiting for me to, like, bring them into the, stream, because they clearly want to be involved as I go through more of Dawntrail and what have you. Let's see. Are they going to be a contributing member? Hello!
Hey.
You saw me playing Dawntrail and you're like, I have to see this.
And I knew what you were getting, what dungeon you're coming up on, and I'm like, ooh.
Velt seems to...
I want gear from that dungeon.
They don't let you go through it unsynced yet, so you're just like, I want some of this stuff.
Yeah, well, I'm wanting the gear from it because it looks good. Anyway.
Fair enough. So, I feel like that happens with every like existing patch, because I remember going through Endwalker stuff and I was like, ooh, I love the stuff that was from what was it called? Hang on. I love the stuff from Vanaspati. That was actually that looked pretty cool. But yeah, so we've gone through not that one. Ihu, Warcore, the Sky Deep Senate. So we're gonna be going through a level 97, but I need to make sure I get one of my levels up. Oh.
Actually, I need to look. I need to check things because with the dungeon gear. Because I forget how some of it looks. More specifically, the earlier dungeon stuff.
Oh, you're the one who helped us the other day. While Lika and the others are out investigating, and they are confirmed that Nitowikwi is safe. It was after the train had begun its journey back here that the dome appeared, so those who were riding the train then are fine, but we don't know what's become of those who disembarked to Yasulani. Oh, what a mess. And just after we finished fixing the tracks. So yeah, so if anyone in chat is not following what's going on, there's a... Hang on. There it is. There's a giant fucking dome of, like, space-time shit. It's, like, purple and craggly and, you know, looks like a crystal ball right there, as you can see. That just suddenly popped up, and there was a town there previously, and we don't know what's happened to that town so far. And all these, like, mechanical whatsamahoozies came out. So here's another mechanical shoulder. The mechanical soldier shows no signs of life. It appears to have been run through with a pole arm. Oh my goodness, could that be hinting at Estidian just fucking around, doing whatever the hell he wants, the middle-aged Elizin that he is?
Okay, so yeah, I just checked, and yeah, the 91 and the 95 dungeon gear is literally just a recolor of some older gear.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame.
The funny thing is, and I know exactly what gear it is. The 91 dungeon gear is a recolor of the gear from the Peglethon dungeon during Shadowbringers.
Mm-hmm.
And then the 95 dungeon gear is, I believe it was one of the tome gears during Shadowbringers, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay. So if you didn't want to like use like tomes and such, you could have gone through this dungeon instead. I think that's all right.
It's just funny because like, and then our crafted gear sets are basically all recolors of shit. Because like we have the Felkert of Troya as one of them. There's the level 70 tome gear, the Skaven gear, and I think there's some others.
Alright.
So really, the only new gear sets we got was the 93, the 97, the 93 and the 97 dungeon, and then the gear you get from the 96 coffers. Damn.
Alright. Grant, you came! As you can see, we're doing alright. After those ships appeared in the sky, soldiers clad in white showed up and surrounded the town. But to our surprise and relief, a traveler came along and dealt with them all in a flash. I'll never forget the way he soared through the air, spear in hand. Shame I never had the chance to ask his name. We're all safe thanks to him, but I can't say the same for those in Yasulani. We haven't heard from anyone there. I hope Namakika as well. God damn, these names are difficult. You are going to help me with some of these names. You're gonna help me with some of these dialogue.
Boy, you expect me to know?
You are level 100 right now. You've gone through this. You have a better opportunity than I do. And besides, you're in my VC.
Just because I've
you're a
gone
VA
through this
now.
shit, doesn't mean I know how to pronounce any of those fucking names.
Too bad. You're in my VC. My VC. My stream. And you are my VA now. You are following the long list of amazing Canadians who do VA for Japanese and Western shit. Because no American can do VAs as well as Canadians.
Oh, there you are. Found you.
Just absolute sense. Alright, here we go.
Have that chancla.
Chandra. Just like, yeah. This is when I skipped cutscenes, so I'm here in the dark as well. How is it that two of, like, my, like, biggest sources of, like, Final Fantasy info are like, yeah, I skipped the cutscenes, I don't know how to pronounce these words?
I didn't skip the cutscenes, but I don't... you can't blame me when this game has weird-ass fucking names for shit.
Understandable. You heard about the spearmen as well? That couldn't be anyone else. What's this? Someone spreading more gossip about me?
Oh god, that guy.
Yeah, it's this dude, he got into a duel and shit, and I love how he's like, are they spreading rumors about me? And then next thing you know, Astidian right beside him. Astidian's the one we gave a shit about, you nimmy.
Yeah, true.
Astidian! The Azure Dragoon.
Oh yeah, that thing. I remember that.
They've been doing, like, other things, so it's just, like Joe Cat has, like, all these other, like, visual things. I absolutely love them, but the problem is that I'm not a content creator, and I barely have the free time to, like, stream, let alone improve my streams.
Like, thinking about Joe Cat, though, he calls those videos a crap guide to Final Fantasy, but the things he's saying there is actually really good information for people.
The reason I think they're called, like, crap guides is that they're not meant to be, like, you know, the meta nonsense. So, for example, when he's talking about the tanks, he doesn't go into detail of, like, oh, how to do a good Dark Knight, how to do a good warrior, how to do a good paladin. It's a case of, like, oh, you want to know what it is about the tank? Oh, you're the main character of the party. You get to go, stand in wherever the fuck it is, which means it's important that you stand in the important places and avoid the other places. Make damage. Do not let your healer die. You want flavor? Here's your flavor.
Oh, hey, you're the one having slap fights with the boss because the rest of the party is too squishy to handle the puss-pounding patty cake or something or whatever. It's like, it's funny, but it's also true at the same time.
It is. So yeah, it gets the humor, and it gets, like, just the theme, like, maybe not the theme, but, like, a little bit of the comedic tone. So instead of doing a thing of, like, oh yeah, the warrior does, like, huge self-sustaining and these combos da-da-da-da-da, and then talking about the weakness, he's just like, oh, here you go, here's warrior, big axe, big damage, big self-healing, and then it's, like, the Dark Knight, where it's, like, the edgiest of the tanks that has the best mitigation in the world, but also the worst invulnerability in the world. You press it and then you die.
Well, I wouldn't say it has the best. The best is definitely going to be warrior.
No. So best invulnerability is the warrior, but the mitigation, I think is I think it was Dark Knight for a while because it was like a 30%, and that could be applied either to yourself or to another person. So if you were off tanking and someone, like, threw a tank buster onto the opposing tank, you could throw your like partner mitigation in. It's not anymore? Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Yeah,
point is, it was...
Dark Knight is squishy as hell nowadays.
Yeah, the point is that it was, like, all of this was, like, you know, back when, like, Shadowbringers was the thing. So, and then, like, I think by the time Endwalker came into the scene, they were doing the DPS stuff, which I think is still funny, because, like, a lot of what I'm doing with the DPSs now feel... very, like, I haven't gone far enough into Ninja where his, like, explanation about the Ninja makes sense, but I am laughing at the Monk because I do honestly feel, like, just so, like, useless as a Monk when it's like because I don't want to greed in North American servers.
Oh, I get what you mean, because, like, when you have to disengage from the boss, yeah.
Yeah.
Because they don't have a ranged. That's the one thing that sucks about Machinist, or I mean, Monk. I don't know why I said Machinist. But yeah, that's the one thing that sucks about Monk.
Yeah, because the Monk is just, like, it just has to, like, it either has to greed, like the Dragoon, but there's very little escape kit with the Monk, so they just have to, like, pull back, and then they're just like, yeah. But I haven't got to those range attacks yet, though, Belk.
I will say, at this point, Viper is becoming my favorite melee. It's just so much fun. I've played it at 90, and oh my god, it's very fun.
All right, sounds cool. Sounds good.
And it very much appeals to my ADHD brain. So, so there's that.
I like my warrior just because it's the 1-2-3 combo, Q and E for my AoEs, and then I only have to worry about like one mitigation normally that's like unique to the warrior, and it's just that whole like bloodwetting thing where it's just like, oh, I'm in trouble, bloodwetting, and then just keep attacking because it's like promoting me to engage. Whereas with Dark Knight and Gunbreaker, I have no fucking clue how to, like, do big pulls and not pull my invulnerability at one point. I'm not too sure if that's meant to be the thing, where it's like, oh, the invulnerability, like, gauge isn't meant to be that long of a wait time for Gunbreaker and Dark Knight, so really just use those when you do your big pulls, but...
Ironically, Warrior's the one with the shortest invul cooldown.
It doesn't need it to be the why does it have the shortest invul? It has bloodwetting.
I don't know.
Where it does self-healing, and that one's already very short.
I'm gonna check something as well, because I'm wondering, do they also get it at the lowest level? Or I think they all get them at 50, if I'm remembering
I think they all get at the same time. It's just they all have like different flavors of how the invulnerability is.
They all have it at 50.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah.
It used to root you earlier. Anyway, we keep getting distracted. Zakoa, do you want to do Estinian's voice because I imagine he's gonna speak up at some point.
I'm not sure.
All right. Talk of how I saved the town. Alan travels fast. That's not to discount the help of my friend here, of course. We gave those machines a real beating.
I thought it'd come sooner or later. Do you know what's happening?
So, you were indeed the ones keeping the people safe. Thank you.
Think nothing of it. The automata aren't particularly strong.
But are the... Oh, that's you, Stowe.
Oh yeah, but are the rumors true? Gul Jaja is slain?
I'm afraid so. Zorul Jha used some dirty trick to try and get the better of him. We'll make him pay for what he's done. Mark my words.
You're going to help her, I assume?
I
see. With your contingent, you won't lack of strength. In which case, I will remain in Shaloni and keep an eye on things.
See, you know how to say these words.
Well, some of them, yeah, but like some of those Aetherites over here, yeah, good luck.
Yeah, Shaloni sounds like a bit like a sausage, but any whoosies. That helps us more than you know. I'll send word to my brother before we set off. If you find yourself in trouble, don't hesitate to contact Koana. Koana? Brother? Wait a second! You're the Vow of Resolve!
Yep.
I am. And you're Zakoa. I'll be counting on you to keep everyone here safe. Absolutely! If more of those hollow men show up, I'll send them packing. I'm the fastest gun in Shaloni, after all. Grant can attest to that. Yeah, sure. Glad to hear it. We leave Shaloni in your capable hands. Let's get patrolling right away, then.
Stay safe out there, and don't do anything reckless. Wasted words, eh? Just do what comes naturally.
That felt like the most forced from you. Isn't it like in the natural vocabulary, and here you are, it's just like,
No.
eh. What do you mean, no?
That's not a normal thing we say.
I have heard the eh. I know it's there. Right then, it's time we head to the station and join the others. Thank you, Big DJ. Oh, you're going... You do realize the only, like, level 9... Like, the closest thing I'm gonna get to 97 is Warrior.
I'm just on this at the moment.
Alright, fair enough.
But
fair
yeah.
enough. Alright. Yes, a ways. Oh, wait. Hang on. It's probably gonna be a bit of a trip, isn't
What
it?
do you think?
Ooh, hello, Blue Tick.
You're at 90.
A bad case of the Blue Devils. That will most likely be the quest I need to do to get an Aether Current. Let's see. Yes, it is. Alright, I'm just gonna pick this up real quick.
Oh yeah, I have to admit, I love the level 100 ability that Warrior gets.
It does look like it's gonna be... Because I've noticed, like, the ability that I have right now, like, Primal Rend will turn into, like, another ability after I, like, use up all the, stacks that I got from Inner Release, and it's like, that is just awesome that it just adds on to the rotation.
If we were to go to a striking dummy, I could show you what the 100 one is.
No, it's okay. I want to be pleasantly surprised
it's so
to
much fun.
some level.
I love it, because, like, I love doing... Because usually what I do, when I'll pop Inner Release, use my 3 Fell Cleaves, then I'll go Primal Rend, I believe it's, Primal Wrath, and then the combo for that Primal Rend turns into at 100.
Yep. Okay.
It's too much fun to do that.
My rotation right now, depending on... Hang on a second. Let me just quickly get you out of the way.
Just for fun.
So yeah, so I go like this, and then ding. Infuriate twice.
That was too fun.
So then that way I do that. And there we go. And then Burgeoning will, like... Normally that's really good against bosses, because, yeah, Burgeoning only works. It's like, at 3 stacks, effect change to Wrath, allowing to execute Primal Wrath. So yeah, which... Weirdly enough, none of those things changed into. Alright.
It's your, like, it'll, like, basically Inner Release itself, that's what turns into Primal Wrath.
Ah, okay. I might need to move.
So basically you hit the 3 Fell Cleaves, and then you can hit Inner Release again, and that'll do that big thing. So.
Ah, finally don't know how good it is to see information. Not important. It's a, granted, it's a blue tick quest, but it's a blue tick quest to get a, an Aether Current. So, because even after I get this Aether Current, it's going to be one of those things where I don't get the final one until... Yeah, there's going to be another quest, which will no doubt be the...
Yeah, the last one you get with the MSQ, so...
Is it, like, the legitimate last one, or is it, like, close to last?
So, you can get... So, you should end up unlocking the next one before you get to where that last one is, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, because...
I can take a look.
Because as far as I know, it's like, we got, like, one more region to go or something or other. Because I've been seeing, like, all these, like, futuristic places called Solution 9.
Okay, so... Wait, what was the... Oh, you literally get one after, like, during... So it's during that quest that you're on right now is when you get the 4th one.
I see.
Like, literally during Because I just looked up and it says unlocked during the Inyasolani's shadow.
Scarlet
quest.
Floss over here. Like, I saw them before. You hang on a sec. You tried being stealthy, Scarlet Floss, but I saw you before you even turned into ninja. I saw you go into the bushes. Plus, it, like...
Okay, so looking at it, yeah, you'll get flying just before you get the dungeon. So.
Hi, Scarlet Floss. How are you doing? Is it the Scarlet Floss over here? The Warrior of Spite. Nice. Dawn's Melody. Second Lieutenant. I am a higher rank. Where's my adventurer plate? I am a Storm Captain. Hello, friend. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm doing well.
Boo.
I'm doing alright. Just streaming my FF14 Dawntrail. I was about to say Dawntrain.
But yeah, Viper is too much fun.
Yeah. Yeah, thing. Invite
It's
to
especially
party.
nice because of like, there's a, at level 90 you get something called Reawaken, and goddamn, when you hit that, you go fast. You can hit abilities fast
Right.
when you hit that.
Hang on a sec. We gotta head to here. Dunk. Alright, now comes the fun bit of me pasting in the link. There we go. Just really quickly, just being like, that's twitch.tv/GrantZeebs. Join us today in Eorzea. I love I'm the warrior, but it's like, none of me have that enmity nonsense. Jesus Christ.
Look at how my Bahamut looks now.
That looks extra nonsensical, that Bahamut. How?
Yeah, that's Solar Bahamut.
How? I knew of Lunar Bahamut, but how did you get Solar Bahamut?
I don't know. We just have it at this point.
Okay.
So. Oh my god, they have the capybara.
I want the capybara as well, but unfortunately I've only like got a silver contribution.
I want it.
I've only done like one silver contribution to the snake thing, because the snake thing is like a level 100 thing, and I only did it at like 95, so I didn't do a good contribution, especially since I died.
I have 2 scales so far. Oh, they have the fucking wings. Oh, I want.
Thanks to Astinian, there were no casualties to speak of in Shaloni. The Hetsaro were safe as well, at the very least. There were no sightings of soldiers there. Hi, Scarlet Floss, welcome to the stream. What about the dome?
God damn it, Scarlet. I'm jealous. I haven't gotten those wings yet.
What about the dome? Did you learn anything of note? It's comprised of exceedingly high concentrations of lightning energy. To even touch the barrier would prove fatal. When approaching it, we must exercise all caution. Then how were we supposed to get inside? If Zorol Jha and his army emerge from within, there ought to be an entrance. An entrance, you say? So happens we might have an inkling where one is. Oh hey, it's the people that are not from Shadowbringers. But I was just sort of... The minute I saw them, I was just like, hang on. I recognize that Rothgar. I had this moment, and people were just like, what? And I was just like, it's the same person. And then Velt tried to gaslight me, being like, oh, it's not the same person at all. Don't be ridiculous. These are some of the engineers of Zoktoral Railing, which operates the train between Shaloni and Yasulani. When we went out to recover the train, we had ourselves a look at the dome through a telescope. It was then that we saw it, A large fortress-like structure that looked like it straddled the dome's edge. You're telling us part of it is inside and part of it outside? That seems to be the case, yes. While we only observed from afar, the soldiers were coming and going from with it. And from that, I'd say it serves as a passage between the outside world and whatever's inside. But as you'd expect, the area was heavily defended. It won't be easy to get near. Do you know what became of the passengers who went to Yassulani? Woklamat's nursemaid was among them, a woman named Namakaya. What? You want to do the Rothgar?
Sure. I'm afraid not. Only those passengers who are headed back here are accounted for.
I can't say for certain that everything was fine when we arrived in Yassulani. But when the big tremor struck not long after we left the station, I hit the emergency brakes and looked back. All I could see was that dome. What's more, the fortress sits right on the tracks of all places. What are the odds of that, eh? Assuming this fortress serves as a means to pass through the dome, we should first determine how we'll reach it undetected. I don't care if we're detected. I say we smash our way inside. The other wings are much harder to drop. You have 158 tomes. Wait, I thought you only needed like 99 tomes to get like mounts and shit.
You can't buy these ones yet.
Okay.
Yeah, current content ones, you're not able to buy them with the tomes till quite a bit later.
Okay, so come in like with a third or fifth patch, I'm guessing?
Something like that.
Despite how it sounds, I actually gave this some thought. Zorul Jaw wants me to prove that I'm Father's worthy successor. If I fail, he'll destroy Tuliol. By charging in head-on, I make my intentions plain as day, and in doing so keep his eyes on me. Savage, that's you. That's the Rothgar.
Oh yeah. A bold strategy. I like it. Oh, of course, your plan will be no good if you're cut down before reaching their base. What you need is something that'll get you there quick and break through their defenses with a single decisive blow. And we have just that. Since the tracks go straight to the fortress, we can reinforce our train with armor, load her with all the fuel she'll carry, and send her hurtling at it to explode on impact.
Chief, have you gone insane? You were just saying how relieved you were the train's in one piece, and now you want to turn it into a bomb?
The train's not important. Our dream was to have railroads running from coast to coast, remember? If these invaders have their way, there may not be any more railroads, let alone trains to run on them. Is that what you want? It's a sacrifice we have to make. These good folks are willing to put their lives on the line to get inside that dome and put a stop to all this. The least we can do is help.
But, Chief... Listen, no matter... Oh, unless did you want to do the rock R as well, or I'm good here?
You're good.
Listen, no matter how hard things may get, no matter how many times we fall, we can always get back up. As long as we're alive, we can always build another train, so have faith and quit your complaining. But what if we what if we fall really, really hard? There's no getting back up if we're dead. No one's dying on this train. I'll see to it myself. Needless to say, this will be a one-way trip, and we'll need to jump off at the last moment if we don't want to go out in a blaze of glory. You alright with that? Dun, dun, dun. There's no changing her mind.
There's no...
Yeah, sorry, that's you.
Yeah, well, there's no changing her mind, is there? Just promise me you'll be careful out there, honey.
Won't leave you with any sorrows to drown. Never fear.
Seeing as I've never had a drink in my life, I certainly hope not.
Wait, what? This man's never drunk? Jesus.
Yeah, yeah.
This Mormon over here.
It'd be a lie to say the loss of the train doesn't concern me. But with good friends and my loving wife beside me, that's all I really need in the end. Which, when I think about it, at least he has his wife here.
Yeah, that's like that was the thing that he lost, like back, like the first shard alternate didn't have his wife, and we found him drinking and shit. So yeah, because like I was like, wait a minute, these guys, I recognize these peeps.
Yeah, like no joke. Even before they brought like the little like flashback, I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, no, before
when I saw him, like moment I saw him, I was like, wait a minute. I recognize him.
I recognize this fur. Well, at least it'll go down as a legendary train that saved Choral. That it will. But first, we've got work to do so she'll look the part. I'm so glad we have Grahatita with Grahat with us. I don't know much about Magitech, but if there's anything I can do to help, you need but say the word. Have I got a toaster yet? No, I do not yet have a toaster. You should check out my throne. Actually, hang on a sec, let me do the voice thingy-majiggy. Check out my throne! There we go.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind. If any of you are willing and able to lend a hand, there's work that needs doing over at the storehouse.
It seems we have a path forward. I believe this is a good time for me to return to Tuliol and inform Koana of the situation. I shall return as well. I have new investigations to pursue. The dome's elemental aspect is similar to that of the gate in the Golden City. If we can identify a connection, we may learn something of use in our fight. Excuse me. It's one mystery after the next, but at least we're not without clues. It may not be easy, but I know we can get through this together.
Oh, yes.
Oh, damn, they got the cool amount. Even only just having met them, I can see how important the train is to, well, Lakia and the engineers. We can't let their sacrifice be for nothing. Oh, I thought I was gonna get some gear from that.
Oh yeah, in case you were wondering. The mount that they're on right now is the one for getting all the Shadowbringers extreme mounts.
Ah, okay.
It's the completion mount you get.
Nice.
Kind of like how there's that like golden phoenix bird for Heaven's Ward.
Yep. I think I have the golden phoenix and the golden horse. Let me just go through filtering.
Yeah, I know I have those two. I still need to do Stormblood and Shadowbringers. Well, if I get the Stormblood, then I'll have all those again, like I had on my main.
Mm-hmm.
Then it would just be farming the Shadowbringers, which really isn't that hard nowadays.
Yeah.
For most of it.
So, Gobwalker from
yeah.
the Burden of the Father Savage, I don't have.
That's easy.
Yeah. Most of the Alliance societies, I don't have those. Idleshire's 6 clan mark logs, I don't know what that is. Zoo is a spoiler. Born Blood Floor is for an air... oh, that's for winning in Feast or Crystalline Conflict. That's gonna take a while. Blaze of Glory is 100 with Field of Glory victories. Palace, Alexander, the Soul of the Creator. The Flying Cumulonimbus is an in-game item campaign. Never seen that before. Emerge victorious in a combined total of 30 Feast of Crystalline while using a title received from the disreputable priest. No idea what the disreputable priest is.
That's the person you get the Garo gear from.
Ah, here it is. The Pool of Tribute. So I need to get the Kamui from them. I've got...
that one's not too bad. Like, that one, like, the DPS check on that, like, you can kill him easily. It's just, you need 2 people for that.
Yeah, understandable.
For that one. You cannot solo that one. I know that for sure.
Battle line. Complete 300 dungeons, so level 61 and above. Extreme Trials, 61 and above.
Yeah.
Unreal Trials, high-level duties.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's just running content as the different tanks for those ones.
I didn't know that I could just do dungeons. I thought I had to do... I thought it had to be the Extreme Trials.
Yeah, it's certain high-level dungeons.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Usually people use one of the Omega raids to farm that. If they're actually just wanting to just farm it out.
Yeah.
Quickly.
But yeah, there's so much like MG, like the MGP like stuff that I want to get, but it's like not gonna be able to get that in a while. Oh yeah, the Minstrel Ballard for Shinryu's domain. I just did that with Velk, and that one was like a 9-minute thing with the 2 of us. Definitely need like other peeps to make it.
A lot of the
quick.
Stormblood ones are fucking easy.
Air Force requires Sigmascape 4. The Tyrannosaur is an Animus Lock box, which, you know, I'd like. Front and center.
Well, get to doing Eureka if you want that.
I still need to go through Eureka. The Great Hunt Extreme, that one I remember. That's gonna take a bit of a chance.
Yeah.
Another Alpha, the Amphiris'
I would need to do that.
2 million for the Sabotender Thingamadoogie. A Lone Wolf No More. A Kamui of the... ah, okay, so that's from catching all the Kamuis.
That's for getting all the wolves.
Yeah, so that's all the wolves. War Tiger is the Gunbreaker thing. Triceratops is from Shadowbring your A Game 3 and Shadowbring your S Game 3.
That's hunt mark stuff.
Yeah.
That's for killing like A, S ranks, stuff like that.
Sky Slipper is the Eden
Which I've been slowly working on that.
More Minstrel Ballard. Yeah, there's like so many that I need to like...
I will say the Shadowbringers stuff is going to be slightly harder. Because obviously you still have to deal with a decent amount of the mechanics, but it's a little easier now.
Every time we have like 10 more levels, stuff gets easier, that's true.
Yeah.
So... alright. But yeah, there's so many that I do not have, and it's like a lot of them are an actual mix of like, you know, needing to go through the trials or the raids, like Savage stuff.
I do know that like a lot of them, even though you still need like 8 people, you don't have to have your normal comps for most of it.
Yeah.
Like some of those fights you can go in with one tank, 7 DPS.
Yeah.
And you just nuke the thing down, and you skip a decent amount of mechanics. So that's pretty nice that you can do that.
Yep. All right. While I have no objections to the plan itself, I have one concern. How can we be certain Zorulja will not strike Tuliol in retaliation? I considered the possibility, but when my brother told me to come and prove myself, he meant it. He wants to show that his kingdom is superior to Tuliol's, and it'll give him no satisfaction to attack when he knows I'm not there. No, he'll be waiting inside the dome, waiting for us to challenge him so he can crush us and prove his strength.
I wouldn't say you can't solo it still, Scarlet. You need at least one other person.
All of that just, further establishes that I'm not going to be chasing after these mounts solo. It is most likely going to be me finding a party finder or opening up a party finder to be like, hey,
I will
let's
say
mount
right now, Grant,
hunt really
you and I
quickly
could
for this.
literally go unsync that as just the two of us right now.
Nah.
And it'd be easier than having a full group.
Right now I'm going through the MSQ, and that's the plan. Saturdays.
Then you got lucky, Scarlet. Then that's all I'm gonna say. You got lucky with the thing of having them apart or close together.
Indeed.
Because that's what you have to get lucky with that.
Procommit mechanic, yeah. Indeed. If anything... Wait, what the hell? Oh my god, Sir Dragon gifted me the toaster!
Yeah, because if you have the thing where you have to have them apart, you literally can't do it.
Thank you so...
Like, if you get that, you literally would have to reset.
Thank you so much, Sir Dragon, for gifting me the toaster. I really appreciate that. Hopefully it won't be, like, called out of stock or anything like that, and it will actually be delivered to me. I will finally be able to cook toast and Pop-Tarts, and maybe even, like, little baguettes on top of it, but I don't think it has, like, a little thingamadiggy. Sir Dragon gifted me a toaster! Butter toast. No problems, bud. Butter toast. Yeah, that's... I have not purchased bread or butter for a while, but once I get the toaster, I'm going to make buttered toast. Indeed. If anything, we're more likely to put Tuliol in danger by not taking the fight to him. So we indulge Zorulja, at least, until Tuliol has shored up its defenses. Right. We'll charge in from the front and keep his eyes on us, during which time Koana will find a way to fortify Tuliol. If you believe this is the best course, then we shall trust in your judgment. I expect there will be no small amount of enemy resistance, but we will do all in our power to assist it. I feel like the advertisements are going a little too quickly. Like, I understand they're meant to be, like, a minute and something rather every 30 minutes, but I feel like it's been less than 30 minutes between advertisements. Feels like it. I'm gonna keep an eye on my... Like, are they accelerating that shit? Pre-roll ads disabled. So yeah, it's disabled for like 61 minutes, and it's like, oh, here's a little advertise. Like, why? Oh my, like, the next time I need to go to the bathroom or anything. Scarlet. The next time I need to go to the bathroom or something like that, I am definitely gonna run the 3-minute advertisement to try and, like, because yeah, it's like there's no advertisement that's gonna be going off in like 60 minutes, but it's gonna give you an advertisement in like 30 minutes, and it's like, why? Scheduler, please. It's like, because they're automatic. They're at the recommended thingamadiggy. 55%, fully disabled. It's an automatic, run every 30 minutes. Like, disable pre-rolls when I run ads. There's a pre-roll notification. We're not going to do display ads. Yeah, I don't know. You have a sub, so you're safe? I do appreciate that, Sir Dragon. Thank you for subbing. Well, time is of the essence. Let's go and see what's left to be done for the train. Dun, dun, dun. Alrighty. Ding. Get rid of you, because we don't need this little marker. Nope, I thought I had to be on the platform, but that is not the case. Looks like work is getting underway. We'll finish in no time at all. So, what can we do to help? No need to hold back. As I understand it, the two of you met your fair share of craftsmen during the Rite of Succession. Would you happen to know a few who'd be willing to come and help us complete modifications to the train? Of course. What sort of craftsmen do you have in mind? Let's see now. Perhaps my greatest concern is keeping the train safe from enemy attacks. Even with all aboard to fend them off, it'll be over in an instant if they manage to get just one good shot on the Cerulean tanks. According to eyewitnesses, the soldiers use lightning-based weapons, so I have a mind to install grounding rods. Would you happen to know a carpenter who could handle that? We could ask Wook Evu. A master carpenter from Okanu, eh? If they'll be willing, we'll be glad to have them. No objections from me. Just be sure not to forget their traditional greeting. But we'll need more than just a carpenter if we want this done in a timely fashion. We've got a lot of equipment that needs moving. Heavy equipment. I don't suppose you know anyone up to the task. Zamurwer would be perfect. We'd be hard-pressed to find folks stronger than the Yokui, and I'm sure he'll be willing to help. You're friends with the Yokui? I'll be damned. We'll not want for strength with help like that. Next, I'd like to outfit the train with some powerful weaponry of its own. Like as not, the soldiers will be riding their flying vessels. We'll need countermeasures to deal with them. That's true. I, for one, can't use magic, nor am I handy with a firearm like my brother. Any ideas for ranged weapons we can use? Let's install ballistas on the train. Big ones. Ballistas, eh? While they'll be powerful, it seems to me it takes too long to reload between shots. If there was some sort of ballista that could reload quickly, then that might work, but weapons aren't exactly my field of expertise. Perhaps I could be of assistance! The Crystarium employed etheric cannons for its defense, and I see no reason why the design cannot be adopted for your train. While I do not conceive them myself, I know their design. It should be possible to build them here, provided we have the requisite materials and skilled smiths. Now that sounds like something Fallen Juntain can help with. What are the materials we need? The barrel can be fashioned from any metal, so long as it's highly conductive to aether. To power the cannon, we'll require fire-aspected crystals of the highest purity. Fire crystals, eh? Might be as the miners over at the springs can help with that. Then if I could leave the crystals and smiths in everyone's hands, I shall get started drawing up the schematics. Okay, what is going on with my bitrate? It's been having a number of dropped frames. What's going on? Hang on. I might need to double check something because I'm streaming in the morning and normally... Yep, something's trying to upload. Hang on a second, I gotta pause that, so then that way there isn't any dropped frames. So yeah, because it was having a bit of a hard time uploading nonsense, and hopefully that should be better now. Yep, that should be... Alright, should be better for everyone. Ding, hide group, there we go. I just had to pause that. Right then, I'll secure us the smiths. How long will it take for the toaster? I'm not 100% certain. They first have to clear the payment, that's the first thing. And then there's always the case of, like, you know, if it's in stock, they'll, like, give me a tracking code and such like that. I'm pretty sure I didn't go for, like, a crazy international sort of, establishment, so it should be alright. In the meantime, Could you deal with the materials? Senza is in charge of our supplies, so it might be good to talk to him about it. Mm-hmm. Well, I think we're set for a plan. Thanks for the consultation. Now let's get this train dressed up and give her the proper farewell she deserves. Scarlet just vibing. Thank you for vibing. Thank you for sticking around with us as well. I'm sorry that we haven't yet gotten to a dungeon to actually, like, reap the benefits of having a party and what have you, but we're getting there.
So great. Oh, dang it. They moved. We were...
What were you doing?
We were having our mounts look funny.
Ah, okay.
A second ago.
Silly G-pose nonsense.
Well, no, it's just because they positioned theirs in a funny way with mine. I wonder... Yeah.
Alright.
They could probably do it again.
Alrighty then. The plan's coming together. To make good speed, I'm going to try and enlist some help from among our friends back in Yoktoral. I'll leave the materials in your care. I think I saw Senza over to the southeast. Ah, that's funny.
So there it is. Yeah. They did that. I was like, oh my god.
Hang on. Is that it? Why is it not? Oh, because it's function. There we go. And then... The thing is like their head pops out, so hang on, let me... Is it a case of... No.
It's funny. I actually didn't notice their head. That makes it even more funny. Oh, that's too funny.
And then... Oh, there we go.
Oh. I just remembered fucking the thing I can do.
Hello, Grant. Should have been at work half an hour ago, but I'm honestly still mooting too hard from yesterday. I'll see you later. Are you allowed to take personal time off? And, you know, just do a thing...
Oh no, I tripped. Oh shit. Didn't work. I forgot. I was like...
What are you trying
I forgot. I have to fucking not be moving. Oh no, I tripped. Yeah, there's the thing you can do to just go. It's too funny.
This man, this comedian right here. Look at this comedian. Gonna at least give him a shout out.
It would be too Davey. Yeah, it's just too funny.
It's
the fact
Savage
that you can just go.
Durg with 2 G's, is it? Or just...
Eh? What do you mean?
I'm trying to shout you out, but you haven't talked to my Twitch chat, so I can't do it. Gonna try this.
There
we go. Savage the Burr. There we go. Oh my goodness, you were playing the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial that allows you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward and the award-winning Stormblood expansions up to level 70 with no restrictions on playtime?
Yeah, that was a while ago. Last time I played that.
Ah, okay. I love how... Pregnant savage.
No.
Oh, that was a very harsh no. I'm sorry.
Grant's getting a chunk club because of that.
Ugh. That should be enough lumber for the armor. What else do we need? Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. What can I do for you? Etheric cannons? Interesting. I have no idea where we can get the conductive metal, so I'll take care of... I have an idea where we can get the conductive metal, so I'll take care of it. I'm not sure about the fire crystals, though. Might be best if you spoke directly with a miner. Can I leave that to you? What? Why are you ogling titties? Why is Scarlet Fault just rotating around me? Look at him. Just like I imagine there was gonna be like an ice. There's gonna be like an ice cream truck, like a little tone where it's like. Oh,
now they're doing it with me. I don't know exactly how you even do that. How they're doing that, but Yeah.
Great! You're friends with Lyot, aren't you? One of the best miners around. If anyone can get you the crystals you're after, it's her. Cool. I actually have...
Yeah.
Oh, that's the machinist. I have the Gunbreaker one, because anytime I get, like, excess, tokens and what have you, I've been grabbing the Mandirium, like, nonsense.
Yeah, I've been starting to work on the Dark Knight one.
Ooh, okay, okay.
This is the second last stage.
Nice.
I'm gonna be able to get the next part of it once I get some more poetics, and then of course I have the White Mage one already. So
yeah,
I have those ones so far.
So I've got the axe and I've got the gunblade. I'm like, as tempting as it would be to go like in another another like tank thing, I feel like unless I go for paladin, because I'm not a fan of the Dark Knight right now, so I think I'd rather go for either I'd either go for the paladin, but depending on my level progression with all the other classes, I might go with one of the other classes, but those will take time.
Yeah, I've been just going for the stuff I have so far in terms of being like I'm going for the stuff that I already have at 90 at the moment that can get those weapons.
Yeah.
And then I'm working on the other ones.
So
So my next one will probably be Paladin since I have it at 90.
Yep.
Then I'll do Astro. After that, probably. And then I'll probably go through my melees.
Yeah. I feel like with mine, it's like a mix of the different tank classes.
And considering I get so many poetics as I'm doing Eureka, it's like... And considering the fact that I'm going to be using Bajja to level all my classes at this point, now that I have them all 71 plus, yeah, I might as well have something to dump the poetics into.
Yeah. So
since I'm going to be getting so many.
Yeah, I still need to get as many of my classes like out of level 30, so then that way, like, you know, like, because right now it's like some of the like under level 50 dungeons is like they're enough to do like maybe 1 or 2 levels if I'm lucky. Like the Hoktu mana, that has done like a pretty decent jump for some of my classes, but the problem is that like there's a huge leap between, oh, the next dungeon after level 28 is a 31 dungeon or something, so it's like quite a jump. I think I heard them tell about them before, but what was that about? Also, what is that smell? No, that's not coming from my PC. Cool. You got all battles up to level 100 for the Bard, and then meanwhile your Bard is 71. Oh, okay. Nice. And then this one gives me another Aether Current. Now I remember. Ceruli Analols. You can find them south of the town. They actually ingest fire crystals and keep them in their gut, if you can believe it. If you want the purest crystals, though, you'll have to go after the oldest, toughest Analas. I'm sorry, like, hang on. Savage is in the way, but, there. The toughest Analas. Am I saying that correct? Is it Analas or Analas?
I have no clue.
Nothing you can't handle, right? I'll show you where you can find some to hunt. Looking forward to seeing why Aaronville thinks so highly of you. Analas. Ah, okay then. Thank you, Davy Boy. Hey, Davy Boy! Invite to party. Yay, we're a light party. We're gonna go through this dungeon and no one is gonna get a commendation. Hang on. Motorcycle?
Oh. Oh yeah, I was thinking.
Hi there, Night Sky. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing alright. There's quite a lot of fiery wildlife in these parts. We think it's due to the ceruleum, but no one can say for sure. Still, it's not often that you see the bigger, dominating sword, and that's what you need. What you'll have to do is hunt down a few of their kind, establish yourself a threat that's known to draw out the leader. That's the spirit. While you're on the hunt, I'll keep watch nearby to make sure no hapless travelers come stumbling in. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, everyone's got their cool fancy wings, do they? Everyone gets to look all fancy.
I don't have any of those yet.
Okay, well, I appreciate your humbleness. I appreciate that you just...
I haven't gotten lucky enough to get them yet.
You just
in my
decide
runs.
to get into a plane.
Yeah, this is the one for one of the Omega raids.
I think it was a Delta thing. I thought it was a Deltascape thing, or I might be wrong.
That's Omega.
Oh, okay.
You dork.
You see no signs of your prey.
Delta,
Perhaps
Sigma, and Alpha are all Omega.
Yeah. Perhaps you'll have better luck to the south. Oh my gosh! And now I have to double back. And then ding. I should remember to eat an egg. Keeps me alive.
Egg.
If you do high quality foods, does that like double the stat bonus, or does it not do anything?
It gives it more, like, the stats end up being a bit higher.
Okay, so it is.
When it's high quality.
So it is worth doing high quality nonsense. I will remember this in future. Oh, there we are. So close. Yarg. Alrighty, this a ways. We now need to deliver the fire crystals. Able to cast Ver Fire. Oh, because that's Pictomancer, that's Sage, and that's Summoner. And I'm just a classic tank now.
Pictomancer? That's Red Mage.
Red. Amazing! You've dealt with the beasts in no time at all. You need the crystals delivered to Shenza. I'll see that he gets it. Here's the clear fire crystal. These fire crystals are for the train, aren't they? I heard about your plans to enter the dome. I want to thank you for going to such lengths to stop these invaders, and though he'd grumble if he knew I was asking this, please take care of Elenfira. Anyway, I'll best be on my way, and you as well. In case you're going to meet her, I saw Wuklamot heading for the station. Oh, look at you. Ah! Everyone gets the cool gear, and I'm still running around like a plebeian. Alright, let's see what does the Reloop give me.
Yeah, I don't have go for that amount.
I remember during one of my Saturday streams, one of the peeps was like using Fa Loop or something like that, and they would just be shouting in like nearly every region, "Hey, monster up, this percentage of damage, this these coordinates and everything," which was like so helpful because it was talking about like a lot of the level S's and fates, and I was like, "Ooh, I need to do one of those."
Yeah, I have a thing like tracking that stuff, so I get notifications whenever like the ones I care about are up.
Yeah. So,
Which the two main ones that I'm caring about right now is Chi and the snake.
Yeah.
Over in this area.
Yeah, the snake is the same sort of thing.
Which,
I use fall loop.
Which I'm just gonna for Chi. Of course, I'll do that whenever it's up and Thorin's on.
Yep.
And for the other one, I'll have to wait for Thorin to get to this area.
Alrighty then. Shenza told me you got the crystals for him. Good work. I've just returned from looking for extra help. We'll see in a moment who answers the call. All will be in readiness for them when they arrive. Damn it, I'm idle for a moment and all I can think about is my home. Keep your chin up, Aaronville. We'll be on our way soon, and we'll find your mother. It'll be good to see her after all these years. There's so much I'd like to ask her about her time together with Papa. Oh, she'll talk your ears off. Once my mother starts, there's no stopping her. When's the food baby due? I don't know if Savage appreciates that kind of talk, Sir Dragon, I'm sorry to say, because like when I read the first message, Savage had like a very flat no. Some people may not like it. That's not something you like, is it?
Like, it's just like, nah.
It's an eh for you.
I just don't really care for it.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, wouldn't want it any other way. So, because that's the important thing. It's like, it's all right, like having fun and such, but if it's at the behest of like, you know, if you don't care for it, it's like then it shouldn't be presented or what have you. Right. Let's return to helping where we can. The real work begins when the extra hands arrive. Cue the montage.
I'm like, shit. I was just thinking about it. Fucking, I could show you an alt I have, but I'm like, shit. He doesn't have access to this area. So yeah.
You just had this moment of like, my alt has not gone through this story.
Yeah, well, my one has, but the one I was interested in having you see. He can't get over here yet.
Yeah. Thanks for making the trek here. To be honest, I wasn't expecting so many of you. Since the attack on Tulial, I have been wondering if there was aught I could do to help. So, when I heard about the upcoming operation from Valkoana, I leapt at the chance to do my part. Peace will be restored, and then we can all enjoy a nice cup of mezcal. This is our home, and we'll do whatever it takes to keep it safe. While I assist with the efforts here, High Luminary Gert Furler does the same at the capital. I'm truly grateful. You love how Savage is big and more to hug? Yeah. I think that's that's the intention of this bear design. Look at this bear. You can hug him on the arm, on the leg, on the belly, anywhere, and it's just like it's all Savage. You feeling all right? I hear you sniffling a few times.
It's just that time of year.
Because it's actually like winter moving in towards autumn turning into winter, isn't it? Over in the north.
Yep. It's pretty normal for me.
Radio. With all of us working together, there's nothing we can't accomplish. Let's get to it, my friends. They thought they were a wolf. No, their name is Savage. Do I need to give them another shout out? Their name is Savage Bear. Savage the Burr. Where is the... Oh, I can't give him another shout out for another, like, hour.
Bruh.
Yes. Let's get to it. I thought we were gonna get, like, the house building song from Resident Evil... from Red Dead Redemption 2 for a second, but we get an entirely different song. Hang on a second.
And then, hell, the thing is, like, I look nothing like a bear or nothing like a wolf, so I don't know how they
just see furry and they're just like, oh, you're a wolf, right? That's what the furries are. All right, I was expecting this song. This I feel like is more important, the house building song. Dun, 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 dun. I love how they're doing soft music now, so it just makes that the house building music even easier. It just fits the aesthetic. Okay, now they've moved on to, like, just, you know, atmospheric stuff. Alright, everyone, that'll do it. Speaking of bears, I'm drawing my bear lad for this weekend as a Jianshi. The fuck is a Jianshi? You've done your part. Leave it to us to finish mounting the armor and cannons and have yourself a hard-earned rest. Thank you again for answering the call. No need to thanks now. Whenever you need help, just give us a holler. Indeed, we must all do our part when our nation is imperiled. Hear, hear. We love Toral, and we love you, Var Wuklamot. Eastern Zombie has a talisman on their face. Hyson Ko or Lily from Darkstalkers. Okay, I think I know what you're talking about. I love you all too. Your kindness and goodwill will not be in vain. This I promise. Get myself another sippies of the Pepsis. Should have been Minecraft music while building? Nah. House building song from God damn it. You're gonna do it. Oh, Grant's MSQ. Thanks again for all your help. Wouldn't have been able to finish so quickly without you. Go and rest up, friend. Won't be long before the train is ready. Oh, god damn it! God damn it! 1 million.
Let's see.
Is there?
How far are you off?
I am 5.
So you're at
about 500,000
you know
off, which is like one fate.
Let's just go do like a fate or two.
Yeah, let's.
Because that'll easily get you it.
And what's more
there's
is
one close by. Yeah, we'll go to that one first.
Yeah.
Because these give 500 and something K.
Yeah.
Per fate.
Which.
So it's like might as well just do one.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi there, YY. Welcome to the stream. We're just really quickly doing a fate, so then that way I can get my warrior up to level 90. You know what this is? This is the first time, because I've been splitting, like, where my class, like, progression has been going and such. This is actually the first time since in MSQ that I've ever been underleveled.
This is why you don't do that.
First time. I didn't want to, like, fuck up my, what's-my-whoosies. I didn't want to, like, fuck up the, you know, getting to, like, a level 100 with one of my classes, and then my Wondrous Tales turn into, like, you know, only hard mode shit, which means I wouldn't be able to go through it quickly.
It's not gonna be that bad. Like, even me, with multiple classes at 100, I still get shit that's, like, level 60 trials and stuff, so...
I was worried of being
I'll
hit
even
with like
still
level
get
90
some level 50
nonsense was
ones.
all.
Nah, you do get a couple, but not that much.
All right, we got 360.
We can run and do the other one.
There's another one that just started up here.
Oh yeah, well that one we can start up there.
Yep.
Actually.
So it would be nice if the snake spawned up there. But yeah, how's it going, YY? You doing all right? You doing good? But yay, I can fly now. But yeah, this should help get me. Yep, recommended fate is 96. Here we go. This is a defense mission.
It's like, hey, water cannon, that's a blue mage spell.
Oh, one of you is a... Wait, no, none of you are a blue mage. What the fuck?
No, I saw one of these enemies doing water cannon. I
Ah,
was like, oh,
okay.
hey, that's a blue mage spell. Yeah, see? Water cannon.
Nice. Alright, there's the others. Just need to remember not to, you know, go
summoner's
outside
so
of the
fun.
thing. This is
Zero
weird.
damage from that attack.
I thought there would be like, you know, I don't know why. I thought the fate would be a little bit like more intense for some reason. Cuz like that boss one got done with like just, you know, 4 peeps and like the way the level 100 ones
I
have been
soloed
going.
that one actually.
Yeah, so it's like
That big ass Namazu, I soloed that as my warrior when I was just doing some fates over here
yeah.
to get some levels on it before.
Yep. Oh, that's at the edge. That's at the edge of that point. There we go. There we go. I leveled up. Alright, now we can continue on with the, You are what you drink in 14 minutes. Tempting for the bonus XP, but...
Well, I would say don't worry about it. You're about to get to the dungeon soon anyway, so.
Dungeon will do, like, at least half the level, I feel.
Yeah.
So, it should do, like, a pretty good portion. Excuse me.
And considering you're just at the beginning of the 70 or the 97 quests, you're gonna be fine.
Yeah. So, it was just like the
I'm
transition.
just
I
like,
thought
oh
we'd
God,
get
that
to
music. I haven't heard that music in a while.
the music that's
that I'm
playing
hearing
on
through
the
your stream.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah. Because I haven't heard the fucking Bajda music for that in a while.
Despite
I'm
his
gonna have to go
fatigue,
through that on this
there's
character.
an undeniable air of satisfaction about Walika. From here on out, we won't stop working till the train's ready. If you have any preparations, now would be a good time to see to them. The boarding call will come before you know it. Dun dun. Yay, all aboard. Alright, get rid of the marker. And then... No, I thought I would get, like, the arms or the head for the titanium thingamajiggy at this point, but... Yeah. Thought I'd get the arms at one point.
I forget. I think those are, you actually get those from some of the side quests.
Serious?
If I remember correctly. Yeah, because I think I was going through them and it might be. I forget.
Alright, well... Trust but confirm means we need to... Alright, let me minimize this. I can close the Substance Painter thing. MSQ Dawntrail.
Right, we're just about done with the modifications, but I have to stress that we cannot afford a test run.
Damn, she sound hot.
It's fine. We understand and accept the risks.
I like her voice.
We have faith in you and your craft.
Weapon, chest,
Everything will go
leg.
to plan. With all the hard work everyone's put in, it couldn't be otherwise.
The acacia armor set. Head and hand coffers. Yeah, you're right. It is side quest. So it's guiding the lily and snakes on a train line I would need to do. Are they part of a quest line, or can I just get them done like real fast?
I wouldn't worry about them right now because you'll be getting better gear as we're going through this.
It was just more of a like everything matching up thing, personally.
Amazing!
Yep, she's been fitted with wooden armor and a crystal grounding rod to mitigate the effects of lightning. Naturally, we had to overhaul the engine so it can handle the extra weight.
Mm-hmm. Wood is a very crazy material to use.
Ferric cannons, the better to contend with enemy forces. And as they're modelled upon those used at the Crystarium, I can attest to their potency.
They look like bird faces.
So, what do you reckon? Given the tight turnaround, I'd say we did a damn good job.
It's a shame we have to blow her up.
Glad she's to your liking. I hate to let go of such a beautiful piece of machinery, but I know you'll give her a proper send-off for us.
I do like his voice.
At the risk of spoiling the mood, we should probably get moving.
Yep, you won't get far if you let them pummel you from the air, but you'll be safe enough once you reach the tunnel.
In that case, I will conceal the train with a spell once everyone is on board. It should last long enough for us to reach the tunnel unnoticed.
Mm-hmm. I love when they give us voice cutscenes.
So everyone,
Yeah, that's
are we
awesome.
ready?
We're able to
I
get
wish they
such
did it more,
fun.
honestly, though.
They really should have, especially since we had like revelations such as Arugadin.
We've
Yeah.
done all we can.
And then you have a game like Guild Wars 2, where basically all of the cutscenes are
I won't
voiced.
let you down.
Graha just did the Catboy ear wiggle. Aw. I missed that cat. I missed the ear wiggle. I'm sorry, Scarlet.
Like, that's one thing that sucks, is like the fact that a game that's free to play, well, aside from having to buy the DLCs, has more voice acting for its cutscenes than 14 does.
I'd argue that the reason
It's
why
kind of
they're able
ironic.
to get away with it is because while this doesn't have a lot of voice acting, the times when they do voice acting isn't a case of, oh, here's the two disconnected players on like a tapestry. It's like, we get shit like this. We get like, you know, we get camera, we get posing, we get environment, we get all sorts. Like, I have not seen this in a Guild Wars 2 when I was like playing.
Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Stand fast, everyone.
That's surely not helping. It's like World War II all over again.
No, you don't.
They switched to firearms!
Uh-oh. They're getting smarter.
Oh dear.
Raha, jump!
We didn't really have a plan for when the wood caught on fire, did we? Ew. kind of really big.
I need you to take over for me.
Aaronville was not cut out, while he is only a hand of the land user. What's her plan? I thought it looked like she was like hitting the actual crystals for a second there.
Yeah.
So where's Estinian when you need him?
End of the line, everyone!
Just gets a fucking good stick and is just like, yeet that shit.
Yeah, I remember laughing my ass off with that. That part was funny
Hell
as fuck.
no.
I loved that part when I saw that.
Nice. Awesome. It's just like, fuck
Like-
that person in particular.
It's like, annoying little shit. Have this stick.
That
Have
was
this
too
big piece
close.
of wood.
Yep. Beautiful.
Still alive, Aaronville?
Mostly.
Glad we're all alive. It's time for background music to be 200%? No, we're not. I'm not gonna, like, up the music to a crazy percentage. The music is at an appropriate level for my ears. I am going to keep it at this level.
It's like, oh hey, we
At
totally
last,
don't recognize
the
this song.
stronghold. We should hurry.
I recognize it, but not where.
Let's go and find out what's inside.
It played at one point during Shadowbringers,
Ah, okay.
when the skies were going all crazy, if you remember.
That doesn't narrow it down, I hope you realize, considering the whole plot of Shadowbringers was the sky is not going to sleep. Alright, I got like a
Yeah,
full
it was.
party with
I think it was around like the Heroes Gauntlet dungeon time.
Hi there, Sasheret. Dungeon drops best gear in the expansion. Yeah, I figured.
Yep.
Because look at this. Everyone wants to come in. There is no random person that's just sort of like, hey, we need to wait. We need to like look for someone. It's like, nope. Everyone's like, yeah, I'm in. There's even like one person already like actively looking, but we've already full partied. So, I'm sorry if you were looking to like join in with us, Sasher. I'm really sorry about that. I got Scarlet Floss in as, I think, the healer. We got Savage over as the... Are you a melee DPS or ranged here?
I'm a caster. It's literally... We have you as tank, Scarlet as Sage, and then me and Davey are both casters.
Mm-hmm. This is some crazy electric banjo. Hopefully that's everyone. Come on, get a little closer. There we go. Oh shit, that was not intended. Sorry, Scarlet. I just looked and my health was like really close to low, and I didn't know why.
Casually scaring the shit out of her.
Look, I'm pretty sure I didn't stand anywhere, and I don't think I stand in Goopy Juice, but what the fuck's with this sentry? Fuck that sentry. I love how all of you are like running ahead as if... Yeah, I see what you did. Anyone else? Yep, there they are. Nope. Is there like any AoE spots that I need to like, you know, move the people into, or they're fine where they are right now?
Just as long as it's in that, it's in my little green thing there. They're
okay,
good.
I see it. I see it. I see it now. I wasn't too sure if that was like something that was only popping up periodically, or if that was an actual like sustained spot.
Yeah, because basically it does like a tick damage to them.
Yep. Go. And then this is a boss.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3. Do the thingy. Okay. Oh, I see what he's...
Okay, be on the outside.
Yeah, so it's like... Oh, you mean that kind of outside. Okay.
Yeah, you want to be on the outside of the ring.
Because it does like a rotation thing. And then...
This one's easy. It's just being between the two bikes.
Yep.
Oh yeah, thinking about it, I hope you're ready for a bullet hell later on.
In this guy, or... Oh, that bullet
Second
hell.
boss. Not the... No, this is not the bullet hell I'm talking about. In the second boss, there is a literal bullet hell.
Oh my god.
Of a metric butt ton of AoEs that you have to dodge.
Is that the inside? Yeah, that's the inside again. I don't know why. I thought there wasn't a way of being outside of the, like, the ring thing, but... Yeah. Oh, spread out. I don't know if I did that, shake it off in time. When I realized it was like everyone had the little tidbit. Oh, you son of a bitch. Well.
Okay, so this corner is safe first.
And then... Still alive, still alive.
So Shara knows what I'm talking about.
Oh, come on.
That one's in.
So, wait, we go inside? Oh, yeah,
Yeah, we just stay in the middle here.
Yeah. Oh, I missed my wrath. Oren. Well, I messed that up trying to, like, select one of my... I should have used one of my function keys to help keep one of you alive.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm good.
No, that's an infuriate wasted, but we succeed. Ooh! Need on that one. Greed, but the likelihood of me actually getting that is probably low, because everyone
Yeah,
wants...
I got it.
Yeah. Do you mind letting me take that enmity? Thank you.
Oh yeah, the G7. Fuck you, bitch. You are dying.
Ah, the G7 is like
Specifically
annoying.
targeting them.
All right, hang on.
I am specifically targeting this G7 because that thing is not going to end up moving. So just get that bitch out of here real quick.
Just give me a sec. I've ended up targeting them as well.
I was like, is there a G7 here? And then I saw the name. I'm like, ah, there they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point, Sashira, I literally target that one first. Just to get it dead.
It's as if Gunbreaker decided to actually be ranged. It's just got way too much fucking hell for someone ranged. Also, why? No, get mine. Just don't. There we go. Oh, we can just go in there? Okay, hang on. Actually, I probably should have kept them in there, shouldn't I? That way they just stay properly, like, close by. And then Savage got Striking Mass as well. Alright.
Mm-hmm.
This is the one with the...
Yeah, this is the one with bullet hell. And you will see what I mean soon.
There we go. Oh, Search and Destroy.
Oh, here it is. See? Bullet hell. This is what I was talking about. Where I was saying, I hope you're ready.
Yep. No, I'm gonna be real. I did not have as much of a panic as I thought you were gonna give me. Now this one's a cool one.
I'm just like, you know what?
Oh, that's enough.
Fuck trying
No,
to
no,
cast
no, no,
my
no,
effort,
do
I'm
not.
just gonna dodge it.
Oh no, that's our healer gone.
Yeah, my Swiftcast is coming back soon, so I'll get him. Just keep yourself alive. Also, I can just check this on you as well.
A motion-sensitive bomb has been affixed to me.
When you see a dice start moving above your head, stop moving. And that's why. Right there.
Oh, like oh, so while the dice is doing its thing. Okay.
Yeah, like when it gets close to 1, you want to stop. Cause do you remember Weeping City?
No.
With Ozma? You don't remember the giant orb in Weeping City?
Nope.
Yeah, well, he has that same mechanic.
There we go, shake it off.
Which is literally just acceleration bomb. Meaning if you're like auto-attacking, using any abilities, moving around, yeah, it'll go off.
Alright.
There we go.
So yeah, just don't move, don't attack even.
Yeah. It's just don't do anything, basically, when that happens. Which the version of that in the raid at the end of Eureka is even worse.
But yeah, so far the bullet hell I'm not having a huge like pain with. I probably am getting hits here and there, but I think just because every time I'm doing the bloodwetting and then just, you know, throwing my tomahawk out, it's like it's enough where it's like any little bits I'm getting hit. Unless there's, if it gives me vulnerability stacks, then maybe I am dodging all of them. Dark Souls has trained me well, son.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's just annoying with all the dodging you gotta do.
Yeah.
It's, like I don't even want to think of how Black Mage would be with dealing with that boss.
They wouldn't. I think that's why there's no one doing Black Mage.
That'd be pain to do as Black Mage.
Mm-hmm. Because let's have a look. Like we've got.
That's what. It's why I'm glad it's why I'm glad I'm Summoner, to say the least.
I thought Summoner still had like you know, cooldowns and shit they need, or not cooldowns, but cast times.
Only an Ifrit. Literally, I only ever have to worry about cast times during Ifrit phase.
Yep.
And that's for 2 casts. And then if I decide to use fucking Ruin 3.
Almost lost track of where my mouse was. That would have been a problem.
God damn.
What's up?
I'm looking at my thing and I'm just like, Jesus, I'm doing a lot of damage.
Nice. I've never looked at damage numbers ever. I've just been like, let me do my hits.
You can also just look at the party list and look at my enmity as well. I'm just second in enmity, so there's also that.
Ah, okay.
Summoner is just busted when it comes to damage, especially since I'm in full 710. Yep. I'm in like full 710, which is like the best gear you can get aside from the tome gear right now.
Mm-hmm.
So
read on that.
Yeah, that's saying something.
Oh, I need a pass on that one because I already possess it. Okay. S7. Oh, G7. I see you.
Okay, so yeah, just bring the rest of them next to the G7, and I will do a thing. I'm waiting for that big bitch to get over here. There we go.
You put a limit break on it when we still needed, like... I don't know how I feel about people using limit breaks outside of bosses, personally speaking.
Honestly, it's better to use it during this part. I'm gonna let you know right now, it's better to use it here. Because chunking down these mobs like that is actually better than using it on a boss.
Yep. Okay.
Because the thing is, when you're doing pulls like this with as a tank, they're like pulls like this are gonna be more deadly than any of the bosses will be. So it's most people prefer when you do it that way.
Alrighty then. Okay.
When caster or range LBs like that, it's actually preferred. There's the occasional person who will be pissed off about it, but it's like, but in my opinion, it's like, shut the fuck up. It's better to clear out that shit quicker.
Yeah. Alrighty then. Ooh, Paladin Arms.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I only got a 6. No. I wanted those.
Well, I'm gonna pass on them because I already have them.
Okay. Such a serious breach should be allowed, but it ends now.
Oh yeah, FYI, what you're seeing him wearing is the full tank set.
Okay.
Well, minus the helmet.
Xander, the
Yeah,
snake
so that's what the tank
skinner.
set looks like. And I think he's also wearing the sword as well, if I remember correctly. The paladin sword.
Nice.
Yeah, that is the paladin sword. Looking at it. So yeah, he has the full. Yeah, he has the.
Yay! I got the
tank armor on. Hell yeah!
I got the Paladin Arms. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Now you'll be able to have the sword that he's using, plus the shield that goes with it.
Alrighty. Ding to do that. Swap over to you. Do this, and then that way it keeps my thingy-majiggy clear. What the hell is going on behind him? Oh, it does a second phase.
Mm-hmm. Tank Buster.
Yep.
It's like, I love how I got shit that I can't even use on any of my classes yet. Well, yeah, it'll be worth it for when I get him to 97.
Yep. Oh, we need to be over here because he will do 2 quadrants, and then that will explode. So then I'm able to move here.
Oh, that was cheeky what Scarlet just did there.
What'd they do? What'd she do?
They dodged into the AoE that was about to blow up while
Ah.
he was doing the line, and then jumped out of it.
Oh,
Just
he's
before
nearly
it went off.
He's nearly dead. Okay. Wait, this is gonna be a like a fake out, isn't it? Because he's got the little thingy-majiggy on his He's got the little thingy on him. So we got like we got like 3 phases or something, I bet you. Soul of the Servant, the Great Devourer, give me the strength to destroy our enemies. Oh my god, he's done a, what's a Mahuzi thing? An icon shit. What the fuck? Is he gonna get hit? Yep, cool. Primal Impulse, regenerating over time. What the shit?
Yeah, stay on this side. Now I go over here, same thing.
Oh yeah, because his sword's on the... Ow. Alright. Vulnerability. And then this is...
Be in front of him, be in front of him.
Fuck.
Behind.
Wait, how are you... Oh, because it says in the name.
For rear guard. It mentions in the name.
Yeah.
Yep, behind him again. And that's behind. So get in front. You have to get in front of him for this. Yep, there we go. Yeah, that one, it took a little for me to learn that.
Yeah.
And then I think I got hit by that maybe like once or twice, and then I was like, oh, that's how that works.
You had like context.
That's an AoE. Yeah, I had that realization of, oh, okay, I see.
No. Like over here? Oh, god damn it. I am not doing it good. I'm not doing... Scarlet's not gonna like me.
Use quite a bit of mitt for this. That's gonna hurt.
Holmgang! 4 guard, so I need to be in front. Rear guard, so I need to be...
Rear guard again on me.
Rear guard again. 4 guard, so we need to be behind him. This isn't the worst invulnerability stack vulnerable stack. I had like vulnerability, Sash can attest to this. I had vulnerability 11 at one point.
Oh god.
Yeah, I basically had to, I was like using every single one of my mitigations at that point.
I got the summoner weapon, which is funny because I don't even need it.
Nice.
Ooh. Nice, Jacket of Healing. And the ninja weapon's nice.
You still lived. Still kept your HP up. Yeah, because I was playing my warrior at that point, and it was a case of, even after I used the invulnerability, I was like pressing every mitigation, and I think you were there just sort of being, as a sage of all things, going like, ah! Hails! 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 You're just having a terrible time. And I couldn't commentate you because we were in the party together.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was good. Ooh, check. And then Vanguard daggers. Yeah, I got the daggers.
And I got the healing chest.
Nice. It's more fun.
Nice.
I've never doubted your healing skills ever, Sasher. I want you to know.
Okay, I'm just gonna chuck that in my freaking inventory. God, I have a lot of the chests from there. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 5 out of the 7 chest pieces from that dungeon.
The lands of my childhood had changed beyond imagining.
Huh.
Aw.
Nice.
Everything is fucking decrepit here. What the hell?
We tread on. The darkened skies above a mirror to my heart, clouded with fear and uncertainty.
Just so I don't get duplicates. There we go. I'm like, I might as well just have those
Bizarre.
the pieces from that
This cannot
dungeon
be
in my
Yasolani,
inventory
can
so
it?
I don't get duplicates as I'm running it.
Radio.
I mean, it would make sense.
Heritage.
Yep, heritage found.
I thought this was gonna look futuristic and shit. Well, okay, kind of. It's got like little bits and pieces, but it's like post-apocalypse future, not you know, cool future.
Yeah. Okay, so I will have.
I was prepared for something strange, but this, it's like another world. I don't understand. Yeah, look at that. I'm like level 97 and I'm almost into 98 at this point. Apologies on the deaths, by the way. Rusty had about 4 convos in my ear. No, not to worry, Orin. Savage gave me like a little bit of a warning of like the whole like bullet hell thingamadiggy. So I was kind of prepared for like, okay, I'm not going to be able to do like combos during that stage and I just need to move around a lot. And it's just one of those cases where I have gone through like a lot of different show Grant the Drip. Oh,
hell, you've gone through the near raid, so you've dealt with bullet hell.
Here's the thing is I've dealt with bullet hell.
With having to dodge stuff. You've dealt with having to dodge stuff while doing things like that before.
I've had to do bullet hell in a lot of different games, so it's like I understand it's one of those cases of you can't get out of the bullets like entirely, but because of the aspect of Final Fantasy XIV, it's like even if the animation is kind of going off, you can cheat it and run into the animation if it's clear from the danger. Because, like, you know, because it took me a while to learn that. I think it wasn't until, like, Stormblood that I learned that I could just, you know, get out of the yellow danger, and then once the animation was happening, go back into it. Because that was basically, like, you know, for me being on North American servers, he only really plays tank, though, doesn't he? Yeah, I only really play tank. Checking me low, I'm very used to the fights. Not fair enough. Also, cool gear. This actually looks on a... Can you dye this gear, though, is the question?
Yes.
Ah!
The gear, yes. The weapons, no.
No, cool. Awesome.
Although, in my opinion, the Endwalker relics go really well with that gear, honestly.
Hmm.
So, I don't mind it as much.
Alright. Dang.
It's like, well, looks like I'm gonna be healing this.
Creamy
for this
hot
thing.
chocolate.
Okay.
So.
It's like, well, I'm gonna be sacrificing my life to help other people at the moment. In this.
Doesn't make sense. That tower, was it always there? No.
I will say I'm going to be swapping voice chats though.
No, not to worry. Thank you for keeping me company,
So, yeah.
and I do appreciate you like trying to do some VA stuff. I do appreciate it when you're able to do it. Top tip: emotions. Don't be afraid to be extra with your emotions. Even so. But yeah, thank you so much. Oh,
Yeah.
Scarlett's got to go rest now. Thanks for having me. Not to worry, Scarlett. Thank you for sticking around until the 97 dungeon. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. But yeah. Yay, we've gone through at least one dungeon. Now, if I review my, so Heritage found, and then there's like 3 different thingies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... 7 gets me another location. 8 gets me through the 97 bits. Okay. No, definitely not. Nor the wall above over there. The material's not something we use in Toral. It's closer to what we saw at the gate to the Golden City, or those mechanical soldiers. I'll do some dailies for now, but I will lurk. I appreciate it, Davey boy. Thank you so much, everyone, for who... in the party. Scarlet, Davey, Savage, thank you so much for, like, hanging out with me. I imagine I would have had a tougher time going with, like, completely random people, especially at the final fight, when it was a case of, like, oh, because I don't read, like, the little attacks that go off sometimes, so I was very much lost, even with the slithering pattern, because I was like, I have no clue where to stand for that. Also, hi there, Ixian Rue, welcome to the stream. Such a massive structure couldn't possibly have been built in so short a time. Then I'm inclined to assume we've been transported to another location. Cookie for Ixianru! Or perhaps... Well, speculation will avail us not. We need to learn more before we can draw conclusions. let's take a look around then. I'm all alone. Alright, so... Oh, I got the Vanguard armor. Nice. Oh, yep. I'm gonna be real with you. I am not gonna be working next week, and it's very, very tempting to make it a case of, like, because here's the thing. I'm not working next week. My birthday is on Saturday. I kind of want to, like, make it as, like, a proper break next week as well. Like, no streams or anything like that. It's like, I'm gonna just do whatever the fuck it is that I want. Because, Lord knows, I barely give myself time. And I want to, like, revisit, like, 3D a little bit. Because I've not had the opportunity of, like, properly doing it and what have you. Also, why in the world are these turrets so strong? There we go. God damn, they're strong. Damn proud of you, Sukuna. You were strong. Yeah. So what are you doing today, Sashara? You just like sitting in here watching me fuck around and not know what I'm doing in some of the dungeons? Oh, did I miss an Aether Current? Northwest. No, cool. Awesome. Raging Chuahapia. That looks like a train station, doesn't it? That must be Yasuliani station where the passengers disembarked. Then perhaps we'll find someone to talk to there. Let's go and investigate. How much time do we have for anger issues? Oh, we got, you know, a couple minutes. That's cool. Let me get my Gristle Greens out. Dun, dun, dun. That way, we get closer to finishing our level and what have you. Okay, I can probably take on 2 at the same time, really. Okay, maybe not 3. Oh, I'm gonna need to kill a lot of them in order to get my, my quest my, fate done for them. Not the end of the world. I got plenty of time, plus I get practice with my, tank. Slowly but surely, we're getting through more of these guys. You made it home? Nice work, Sage. Good for you. Have a cookie. Have a... Oh, Jesus. Have a cookie. Also, question for the Forlorn Maidens. Is there like a benefit to defeating them in these fates when they pop up? Hi there, Unnamed. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing alright. You sat on the Ritto. You can... Wait, the Ritto? You sat... Oh, you sat on a Dorito. I was not familiar with your Texan lingo there for a minute there. I didn't know what a fucking Ritto was. We just call them Doritos here. Right now I'm just going through a fate, like getting practice with my warrior to keep him alive and such. So far, so good. Not dying yet. And I'm just doing AoE nonsense. Oh, I'm nearly done with this fate. Almost done. No, do not gnaw my leg. Also, is that Zephora? No, that's Golden Bite. Never mind. I thought for a second Zephora had a leg biting emote, and I was like, what the hell? Dun, 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 dun. Yes. And then Unnamed has another leg biting emote, but it is way more feral crazy than Golden Dynamite. It's like, look at the difference. Look at the difference between the two of them. Excuse me. Alright, we gotta head up to a train station now. Gotta head up there. Hack the planet! Alright, we're gonna have to look at this hack the planet one. One is playful, one is just hungies. Oop. Come on, just start. Now the question is, is this going to be like an easy to defeat kind of turret, or is their AoEs going to be like really annoying to deal with? I think their AoEs are going to be really annoying, so we're not going to stick around in this one. Or I can just, like, out-heal it. Yeah, look at this nonsense. I'm getting so many levels from going against these, like, fucking turrets. Jesus Christ. There we go. Tempting as it would be to, like, go through it in its entirety, that is a lot of work. And I have missions I need to do, and no one here in the chat is gonna run to my rescue. It's just gonna be me here. I'm pretty sure this is Yasulani Station, but from the state of it, I'd swear it was abandoned years ago. I'm not sure what to make of this. We should look around a bit more. Excuse me while I go to this Acerate. Yeah, look at this. I'm like 2.5 million XP away from, like, leveling up. Dilapidated building. You don't play last stream, nor concluding delusion? Nah, it's okay, it's okay. I'm not mad at anyone in particular or anything like that. The building is a rotting husk. It has clearly been many years since anyone's lived here. Oh hey, an Aether Current. I need that. The tracks are heavily rusted. It would seem they haven't been tended to for a long while. Let me just pick up that Aether Current right now. Dun, 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 dun. Crystal. Sylvester Crystal. You find a train turntable. The thick layers of rust suggest it hasn't been used in years. I'm guessing there's been some time-travel-y nonsense that's happened in this area, hence why there's, like, all this dilapidated, rusted over years of neglect nonsense. Finished poking around, have you? Let's gather everyone then. I want you all to take a look at this. It's another, like, random fucking robot from the looks of it. But it looks idle. Doesn't look like it's doing anything. It's one of the mechanical soldiers, long since broken, apparently. But I'd say its presence confirms this is indeed Zorol Jaw's domain we're in. What about the rest of you? Did you learn anything else? So, all evidence suggests this is Yasulani Station. And I have no doubt we're in Yasulani, but I don't understand why these buildings are so run down. They were completed barely a year ago. For new structures to deteriorate and enormous ones to appear in a flash, if I don't know any better, I'd say time flows differently here. Is such a thing even possible? We have encountered this phenomenon before, as it so happens. Though it may be difficult to believe, our world is but one of several. In some respects, they are similar to one another, but in others, wholly different. We call them reflections. Simply put, the rift between dimensions cause times to flow at a different pace in each world. While hours pass in one, years may have come and gone in another. But if this is Yasulani, then we should still be in the source. The flow of time should be synchronized. I'm not sure I follow all this talk of reflections and no, Sage! What if Erenville says that this is Yasulani? Then it must be. Your village is a little further along, right? Erenville! Oh, yes, it's a short distance to the northwest. Let's return there next, then. Rather than talk theory, it's always better to confirm things firsthand. May I be of assistance? It's still functioning. Tap, tap, tap. Tap, tap, tap. It doesn't seem to be hostile, at least. Perhaps we can ask it some questions. Can you tell us where we are? Unable to confirm credentials. Please present citizen identification. Unable to confirm credentials. Confirm. Seems it's broken after all. Too strange by half. Let's leave it be and get going. Hey, I got hacked the planet anyway. Wait, it's a success? The fuck? Are those lightning rods? Who helped me there? Would you accompany me for a moment? There's something I wish to investigate. Where the who did that? Who did that? The party finder that's up. There's a party finder in this area? What? Level 90 all maps. None. Loot, none. Loot, none. Why are there so many RPs? This is the closest one I can think of, but oh, here it is. Heritage found. They're just doing like a group of badasses. Alright, so they're doing their own thing. But yeah, look at Jesus Christ, look at this place. And then there's like another one there, another one there. Alright, so there is a difference between data center and world, it seems. Alright, is this gonna be train tracks that I'm gonna have to like jump over and shit, or are we gonna be able to just run through it willy-nilly? It looks like we'll be able to run over it willy-nilly. Or I'm gonna be an idiot and realize that we were meant to be down here. Look there! The lightning appears to be drawn to those pole-shaped structures over yonder. The design suggests there's some manner of lightning rod. Let's go and take a closer look. Oh, weird gator. Never seen this creature before in my life. This material appears to be the same as that used in the mechanical soldiers and warships. On closer inspection, it seems to bear fine etchings Rather reminiscent of arcane runes, these. I suspect they're not merely decorative. I would posit it's used to harness lightning as a source of energy. Quite impressive technology. I'll share this observation with Y'shtola. For a blessing, the dome doesn't appear to interfere with link pearls. Thanks for accompanying me. Let's head to the village and find the others. Just so then that way I was able to, like, get that thingamadiggy done. But yeah, there's so much of this place I'm gonna need to explore. Thankfully, we're on the right track for more aetherites here and there, though. What in the world? Stretching! Stretching! No, I'm just stretching. I just make these noises when I stretch. I'm just like, ah. Just, ah. If I had, like, better hand tracking, you would just see me, like, you know, just be, like, being silly and then just, like, raising my arms above my head and just, yeah.
My home. It's in ruins. But why? What happened here?
I'm gonna imagine time happened here, my good friend. Time.
And where is everyone?
I had a look in a few of the other houses, but they had clearly been abandoned.
Damn it all. None of this.
Noted. Death is not healthy. We'll wait for more sage advice from Sage.
Are you looking for someone?
I saw you before. Back in Tuliol. Who the fuck are you?
I apologize for giving you a fright. However, I did have reason to keep to the shadows.
Aha.
Sorolcha has told me a great deal about you.
Flattering things, I hope.
Greetings, and welcome to the realm of Alexandria. I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
Queen of Reason?
If you are the Queen of Reason, is there perhaps
Something of resolve, no doubt.
Yes, if you mean to ask if there is a King of Resolve. Zorulja holds that title, and together do we reign.
Ah.
Then you are both behind the attack on Tuliyola.
And I doubt you're here to offer us a warm reception.
I doubt...
No, you have it all wrong. I am not come to fight. Zorulja rules alongside me, but that is a matter of expedience. In truth, we are at odds, he and I.
Convenient. That still doesn't answer the question how you're in a position of power.
To myself and my people, that I come before you to beg your aid.
Our aid. I'll admit I cannot imagine King Zorolja is keen to share and share alike. But if what you say is true, you're still the queen.
Meanwhile, Aaronville over on the corner there is still mad that his hometown is destroyed.
Indeed. But I was once the sole ruler of Alexandria. Until one day, he appeared, bent on conquest. In my weakness, I feared his power. So I persuaded him to forego violence and strike a bargain. I would remain queen, and he would receive technology that would empower him to achieve even loftier ambitions.
Are you serious?
A gamble, to be sure, but if it might spare my people...
If I may, the dome surrounding these lands was erected but recently. How is it he was able to not only invade, but instate a new system of leadership in a mere matter of days?
It wasn't in a mere matter of days, was it?
I've never heard of your realm. And this place is, or at least was, Yasulani. The house I grew up in is still here. But 3 years ago, that tower and these strange contrivances weren't. Nor was our village in ruins. Where did you come from? And what happened to the people who lived here? You must know.
I realize how confusing this all must be. Truth be told, I don't fully understand it myself. What I can say is that one day, people from your Tuliolol suddenly appeared here in Alexandria. Or perhaps it was we who found ourselves in Tuliolol.
Magic.
Until but recently, we were completely unaware of events taking place beyond the barrier surrounding our realm.
Does this not remind you of the Crystal Tower? How after the 8th Umbral Calamity, we devised a means to transport the Spire across time and space from the source unto the first?
Yes.
Granted, this is on a much larger scale, if that is indeed what has happened. Not only the people and structures, but also the surrounding environment.
I imagine they had a lot more technology on their side than just the Crystal Tower, which was alleged in nature.
Much as the Queen describes her own experience. Sudden and inexplicable.
Well then, you appear to have a better grasp of our circumstances than we do. Indeed, more than I dared hope.
Does she just not know shit?
In which case, a closer examination of the effects of this phenomenon may afford us more insights. Allow me to take you to the outskirts. A number of the Shatona live there as well. Perhaps your acquaintances are among them.
Unlikely, due to the amount of degradation done in this area.
Except, there's no guarantee we're not walking into a trap.
But if we're to defeat Zorolja, we need to understand how he grew so strong. Besides...
You're right.
Queen
She's
Sphinx,
not had a
before we go, Your
terrible
Majesty,
track record,
have
quite
to
frankly.
ask,
She's doing fairly
did
well.
you really have nothing to do with the attack on Tuliholal?
Noble Wook Lamart, shall we dispense with the formalities? I'll not deny the soldiers and airships that attacked your people are products of Alexandria. But it was Zorolja, not we, who fashioned them into weapons of war and laid siege to Tuliolal.
So he alone is to blame.
No, I may not have prosecuted this war, but I nevertheless bear responsibility for it.
Perhaps. I know next to nothing about you, let alone what you've been through. So by all means, show us around. I think we'll learn a lot from meeting your people.
Wonderful. If you would follow me.
Isn't it a little odd for the queen to be walking around on her lonesome? Like, don't get me wrong, cool that we met her, but she's giving me the Sultana vibes where I'm like, I don't...
Concern or suspicion?
Couldn't it be both?
If things should take a turn for the worse, might I call upon your aid?
Haha.
I jest, of course. But you do strike me as the most capable here.
It is very weird that a queen of all people is walking alone. Exactly. We still don't have all the answers. Why, like, for instance, why is it that she's not the one that is, like, responsible, like, you know, 100% for the wall? How did Zerul Jah get to the power, which, interpretively to us, has only been a few days? And then finally, how is Zerul Jah capable of creating these, like, weapons of war and shit? How malleable is the technology here? I think it goes without saying, but we're not going to trust her just like that, right? Any way you look at it, a mysterious girl who appears out of nowhere proclaiming herself a queen is suspicious. Look, you're not wrong, Alize, but we don't have any better leads. Well, having established that we should be wary, we could use more information. So let's head to this place, the outskirts, and see what we can learn. Perhaps about Speen as well. If we're gonna learn anything, we're going to need to have, like, you know, insider knowledge, and the best way to get that, unfortunately, is through, you know, an escort. Speen! Yeah, her name is Queen Speen. Queen of Reason. It's interesting as well that, like, even though he I feel like Zerul Jah hates the peace and the platitudes of Tuliol, he very much still takes the teachings to heart, considering he's, you know, made himself a king of resolve and a queen of reason. Like, he didn't need to do that. He didn't need to make him, like, a queen, like, he didn't need to use reason and resolve. Like, that is language that could have easily have been avoided, but for whatever reason, he stuck to it. Whether it was, like, a spin of the moment within a few days, or King Alexander was Alexander the Great. Well, this isn't the same Alexander as the this isn't the same as, like, the Greek Mesopotamian. This isn't the same as Alexander the Great. This is Alexandria, which I feel like is more in line to the Alexander rate. Mesopotamian. Yes, thank you, Sage. There she is, Sphene. I trust you have similar farming facilities in Tural. They're completely different from ours. I've got no idea what all those machines do. We've settled on this approach after some trial and error. The Turali have their own methods of farming, which they wanted to continue employing, but the environment makes it challenging. There's too much rain and not enough light. Thankfully, the use of electrope has allowed us to fortify the buildings here, as well as provide what nature cannot. What? Electrope. It's a material we use for myriad devices and applications. A topic for another time, perhaps. If you would follow me, we're nearly to the outskirts. Alright, so from the looks of it, so obviously it's all lightning aspected electricity and shit. And it seems they're built... So this would obviously be a light source. And it looks like they've got some sort of... like, that could be used to actually create, like, you know, create a barrier from rain, or a more, you know, a lighter source of rain. Also, corn. And then we got potatoes over there. So, it must be like a be-all, end-all material for them. Much like how plastic for us has, like, a wide range of options for it to be used for. Because it can also be employed as either a super dense or super light material. Like, plastic isn't just one kind of plastic. Where the fuck are they? Oh, I see. No, I don't see. What in the world? So yeah, so there's a mixture of like natural stuff that we've had from our village, but then there's all this electronic nonsense from this electrope stuff. Polymers are very versatile is what you're getting at. Yes, exactly. So we've gone for plastic polymers, so they've probably done the similar sort of thing with their electrodes. Or electrope. Oh, new music.
Here we are. Though you'll doubtless find much of what you see in Alexandria strange, the traditional agriculture practiced in this village at least should be familiar.
Except for the glowing death lightning over on the big tower, but... I'm not about to rain on your parade.
Queen Sphene? What business brings her here?
Sphene!
The queen has come!
Also, they've got those weird devices on their heads.
You look well, Paquine.
Mm-hmm.
And Catogne, I see you've already taken to your new position.
I don't care about, like, oh, it makes references to past Final Fantasies. That muddies the waters.
Introduced herself as queen. I was expecting someone colder. Honestly?
So, here's the thing, Sarah. I understand that Final Fantasy XIV likes to make crossovers and references and such, but I have not played any other Final Fantasy games, except for Final Fantasy XV.
Love her people.
So, like, having people be like, oh, this is made reference here from, like, another Final Fantasy game, I'm like, cool, means nothing to me. Because Final Fantasy, for a very long time, has been able to do this mixture of, you know, high fantasy and high sci-fi and mixing that together here and there. Ever since as early as, like, Final Fantasy... I want to say 6 or 5, even? Like, they've been able to do a mixture of technologies and fantasy.
That she is well loved in time.
So, hearing of, like, oh, this is going over our head because it's supposed to... Because they don't know where the Final Fantasy IX references, like, make sense here, it's like, means nothing to me. Cadian eyes! The dude's a fucking Cadian!
And who are these fine people?
Tuliolo's vow of resolve with Clamart and her companions.
Hi.
They come from beyond the barrier, but you needn't worry. They are good people and are to be treated as my honored guests.
The rumors of a link to the outside are true, then.
Oh.
Clamart is still so young.
Oh,
where are my manners? I am Popone, a leader of sorts of the people living out here.
Papone? That is a ton of Wautenrig to it.
Have we met them before?
Right you are. I take it you hail from this region as well? Teshpiani, perhaps?
Yes, I do. I don't suppose you know a woman by the name of Kafkiwa?
Kafkiwa.
Kafkiwa? I'm afraid I'm not sure if I've ever met someone with that name.
Oh. Mother isn't here. But it's a relief to know at least some of the people of Yasulani are alive and well.
Your mother, you say? Now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance.
Oh boy, are we gonna get our first introduction to, like, you know, just a small taste of, oh, the beauty of technology, but the horrors.
Then tell me, please, where is she?
Can't wait, chat. Ow.
I cannot say. Not here, but I promise I will in due time.
It's got something to do with those robots. Oh! Oh!
The day the dome first appeared.
Okay, hang on. I'll explain after this cutscene.
The barrier? Well, I remember fixing a shelf that had collapsed after a terrible earthquake. Then the ground began to tremble. There was a brilliant flash of light, and then... Forgive me, my recollection of it all is rather poor.
You needn't push yourself, Pepone. After 30 years, no one could blame you for not remembering.
30 years? As in 30 years in the past?
Okay, that's not as far back as I thought they were going. I thought it would be like 100 years.
There is no doubt in my mind the events that led to the joining of our lands occurred 30 years ago. Which is not to say I understand why our perceptions of the intervening time are so radically different. We only just became aware of the discrepancy when Zoraljar's military base was completed, and we were at last able to venture beyond the barrier.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
Okay, so he wasn't aware of the time dilation himself.
30 years. Little wonder Zoralja assumed our father had already passed away.
It's not unlike how time passes differently in the First and the Source. The fluctuating space of the rift between them disrupting temporal equivalence.
But then the minute we had a link between the inside and the outside, kept the...
And time flowed faster within the dome.
Do you suppose time is still passing faster in here? I imagine not, because of the fortress.
I was able to make contact with Y'shtola not long ago via link pearl, so that shouldn't be cause for concern. And based on the Queen's account, this encampment may have come to serve as a physical bridge between the two planes, after which the dome was forced into the Source's temporal flow.
Yep. That would do it.
If we're to be certain of anything, we need more information. Sveen, would it be all right if we had a look around and spoke with the townspeople?
By all means.
Time to see what we can see of Alexandria, then.
And its people. I may yet find familiar faces among the survivors from Yasulani.
Possibly, but the fact that she didn't want to explain to us about, like, the people...
Learn more of this place.
30 years is a long time, and I imagine Erenville's mom is not as he's gonna remember her.
Though we have always prided ourselves on the use of traditional Tonawatan farming methods, the use of electro-fueled technologies has led to countless agricultural innovations.
We're not gonna talk about, like, the Bluetooth earpieces everyone has.
Ma'am, please. You needn't trouble yourself.
It's no trouble at all. And I promise not to cause any manner of distraction.
30 years is a long time, Sage. I have lived for over 30 years at this point. I'll be 31 in Saturday, a week from now, so...
Of course. I shall proceed with the utmost care.
Ugh.
Now then, if you two would follow me, we can begin the tour.
Yay!
I can't say that I trust her yet, but I trust that her affection for this
Yes.
is genuine. And that's enough for me.
What? I thought she walked away. How'd she get behind us? But yeah, my birthday is next week. That's why I'm taking a week off from work, and I'm probably also going to take, like, a little break. I'm going to put my stream in vacation mode after today's stream. I don't want to feel... Because, like, I don't want to feel, you know, pressure to keep the thing going, and I would much rather... Hello. Star Knight. Nice. But yeah, and I would like to see if I can try and, you know, put some me time in during the week that I'm off. Maybe I'll do something new with the stream. Maybe I'll put some practice into 3D Blender. Maybe someone will gift me Substance Painter that is currently on my throne, so then that way I have an opportunity to do more texture nonsense with my zebra model, because I really love doing the costumes. And the easiest way of being able to do costumes, unfortunately, is you need a 3D painter. It is not easy to do it in Blender. A 3D painter would be so helpful. Electrope has done much to improve the efficiency of their farming, but haven't replaced anything. The people wanted to preserve their old way of life, and we did not want to force ours upon them. You went to such lengths so that our cultures could coexist, even going so far as to learn our tongue. I'm sure everyone appreciated that. Communication was thankfully not an issue, for the Turali tongue is surprisingly similar to Alexandrian. Of course, there are words and phrases for which there is no equivalent, but those can be taught with minimal effort. Through mutual respect, understanding, and patience, we Alexandrians and Turali have learned a great deal from one another. And I'm sure there is much you wish to learn as well, so please, if you have questions, do not hesitate to ask. Woo! We leveled up, and I've got an enhanced reprisal. What does the enhanced reprisal do? Enhanced reprisal. Extends the duration of reprisal. Ooh, 15 seconds. Nice, 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 nice. Tart Turali Tart. Rather than bore you with the lengthy explanations, let us head back to the farm we passed earlier. Yuppie Halo, oh my god, how the fuck do I say that? Sash! I need help!
Yuppie's Halo.
Yuppie's Halo. Jesus Christ. Yuppie's Halo it is called. We can speak with one of the farmers when we arrive. I feel like this game, mixed with the internet, is irrevocably damaging my way of understanding languages. I guess we're off to Yuppie's Halo. Yuppie is how I'd pronounce it. Yuppie. Why must Boja Regics be so nice but so grindy? I'm dyslexic, I can't help you. No, Sash! No! No! Anyway. Okay, so it doesn't do it. Ahua. Allow me to introduce you to Ahusa, one of the most experienced farmhands in all of Alexandria. I'm just gonna phone in these names, I'm gonna be real with you at this point. She's well versed in myriad farming techniques. Indeed, the wealth of knowledge she has shared with the other farmers is what has allowed this place to flourish. Queen Sphene, to what do I owe this sudden shower of praise? My apologies for the interruption. I am come with guests from beyond the barrier. They wish to learn more of Alexandria, and so I invited them to see how your crops have grown. I do hope that's all right. So, the rumors of visitors from the outside were true. What manner of host would be to deny them a look around? And I gather your majesty also intended to check on things here. Reach the stage where I refuse to work anymore. Look. Jack. Understandable. Jack. You deserve happiness. You deserve to have a work-life balance that, you know, satisfies you and does not ask you to be demeaned or put down while you're in the office. It should be rewarding you both financially and mentally. Don't let anyone ever tell you otherwise. Those of you that tell you that you have to take the pain clearly do not have gone through the retail services or anything like that. Your office room is currently so fucking packed that you have to tiptoe and shimmy everywhere. Ugh. You know me too well, Mahuiwasa. I thought to seize this opportunity to see how the farmers fare, and perhaps pepper them with a few questions, though I do so enjoy observing and taking part in the work too. 'Twould appear we have her permission, so please, walk the grounds to your heart's content. You go on ahead. I'll keep Sphene company. Don't misunderstand. I'm not the suspicious type, but given our positions, it would make sense for us to go around together, wouldn't you say? A fair point, but be sure not to let me out of your sight. I shall remain under Wuklamut's watchful eye. Pray, come find us after you've seen your fill and spoken with the other farmhands. Alrighty. Also, where am I in my, Okay, so I only have like 100, tomestones, so not a lot. That's fine. Alright, so we got Elias over here. Can I jump this? Yeah, I can jump this. What's up, Elias? Light levels appear to be fine. As for the power source... You wish to know about my job? I tend to the fields, mostly, watering the crops, keeping the soil fertile, and so on. It admittedly took some time until I fully understood how best to carry out my duties. I also manage the lamps we use in the fields. We do our best to keep everything up to code, but should they ever start to malfunction, it's up to me to fix them. The land and sky being what they are, and ensuring a rich harvest makes for constant work, but honestly, I enjoy how involved the process is. Both my parents being Alexandrian, I didn't grow up knowing much of anything about farming. Every day is an opportunity to learn and grow. That sounds inhumane? Oh, you're talking about Jack's work. Yeah. Oh, an unfamiliar face. I gather this is your first time on site, right? Well, this here's the storehouse, or rather, the entrance. The real storehouse is underground, much more spacious, and equipped with a temperature regulation system to keep the harvest from spoiling. Since the entrance is so small, it's much easier to prevent wild beasts from wandering inside, which also makes it a viable facility for breeding and raising livestock. We've got a few beds down there for emergencies. My parents often complain about how Alexandrian technology and electrope complicates our lives, but it's just a matter of learning how things work. Take my job, for instance. I'm presently overseeing the storage of harvested crops. They'll be taken to the tower for processing, and from there, find their way to every dining table in Alexandria. The work is hard, I'll not deny, but I take great satisfaction in what we do. Alright. It's kind of like how in, I think it's Norway, there's like a seed vault bank, where it's like, technically the seed vault is underground, so then that way they can, like, you know, preserve the seeds for longer. Hey look, dodos. Never get enough of those. They're saying that you and yours are visitors from beyond the barrier. That true? So it is, which means we're connected to the outside world again? Not that I have a desire to leave, mind you. I'm quite content with life here in Alexandria. But, see, setting that aside, you're here to observe our work, right? As you can see, I'm in charge of livestock. Here at Upai's Halo, we produce not only fruits and vegetables, but also meat, poultry, and eggs. Tending the animals is an absolute joy, but I have to be careful not to grow attached. It's always a little sad when they're shipped off, but a job is a job. Well, I'll need to get back to it. It was nice talking to you. Please give my regards to the Queen. Chat, I don't know if it's just because, you know, Jack has had a terrible time with the job and I am taking a break from work for like a week because I just really needed it before my birthday and such, but why is this game making me wish I had a job in this world? Why the fuck is this Japanese studio making me go, man, jobs in the future are not a hellscape? Could I actually enjoy my job if I was in the future like this? With the merging of traditional practices and values with modern technology to ease the means of production? Fucking crazy! Umbral static. Please don't turn this into a job hellscape. I really hope this game doesn't just show like the seedy underbelly where everyone here is a lower class citizen because they have a job. In which case they are just forever toiling away to give their wares and food over to a higher class of citizens who don't need to do shit and are just, you know, encouraged to fuck around with their time and not even do a soft job. Sadly, real life won't work like that. They use tech to replace us. No. Here's the thing. Technology isn't going to replace us. Technology is, well, okay, short-term wise, technology will replace us. Don't get me wrong. We had that with assembly lines before we then had technicians need to come in and help them out. Here's what's going to happen. Whatever technology comes into the workplace is all about the means of production. So, some people will keep their jobs, but the technology at work isn't going to make it so that we work less. Instead, we will work the same amount of time, but we now have to compete against the robots, like in the Amazon fulfillment centers and shit. And we're just gonna have this really fucked up time of, you know, trying to, you know, deal with the fact that technologies of today have made us more productive than ever before and historically in the past, and could probably do so more humanely, but we have to deal with the capitalist machine where we always have to have growth, in which case we're never gonna leave the job. Richard Nixon thought that because of the advancement of automations and computers, that the work week would turn down from 5 days of work to 3 days of work. We used to work 6 days a week, and Sunday was free because of church and shit in the United States. But then, you know, that obviously didn't work with the Jewish communities, and Henry Ford, who was wildly xenophobic and shit like that, he was totally fine with, you know, giving people an extra day because then they were encouraged to spend the money they earned from his factories. Ideally, back to him, so he made even more money. That was how we got a second day off. It's because a work owner was like, why aren't you buying my shit? And then comes the very fun fact of, we don't have the time to enjoy your shit, so we're not gonna buy it. We have essentials. And he's like, the fuck you mean? Go home. buy yourself a car. And then next thing you know, turns out it's a great success. We love having a day off, and some of us didn't even need to buy the car to have that day off. Now, and then Richard Nixon's like, yes, because of the rising of computers and automation techniques, fairly soon we're only going to need to have people working 3 days of the week. Damn, Richard Nixon, you had some wild takes, but I really agree with that one. I would have loved to have a 3-day... Imagine that, having a 3-day work week. Like, imagine you're earning the same amount of money now, but only in 3 days. 4 days of holidays. You would have so much more free time. You would be able to, like, you know, do whatever the fuck you want. I would be able to stream more often in the mornings. I would be able to try out doing some fun 3D nonsense. I could even go to the gym. Actually, let's not get ahead of myself. Let's move on. I see. Don't be too hard on yourself. Anyone would have been hard-pressed to deal with such a thing. Oh, welcome back. My apologies for failing to notice your return. I gather you've had your fill of speaking with the farmers. Then let us return to Mahuasya. If only the world worked like that. If only, Sash. If only we had a means to seize the production and force our will upon the conglomerates and the capitalists. If only we stood our ground and said, "Not today." Well, what are your impressions of the farm? I was amazed that everyone loves their work. The 3-day work week was tested semi-really regularly. It did insanely well, but people decided to go back to 5 because they lost money marginally. Here's the issue with, like, going down to a 4 or 3-day work week. If you, like, the white-collar jobs, the jobs that do not require you being, you know, present and front-facing every day, they don't have a problem with the schedule change. They just do it willy-nilly. They're like, oh yeah, let's drop the Monday and the Friday. Like they just do that. They just drop the first day of the week and the last day of the week. The problem with the 3 or 4 day work week is that when they decide to apply it to a company that has front-facing jobs, so retail services, for instance, they do not think this through. They need to update your schedule, so rather than having only a Monday to Friday, Tuesday to Saturday, Sunday to Thursday, they fuck up and they don't introduce new schedule formats for, like, the other full-time Petes that are gonna want to take the additional 2 days off. Like, that's the problem, is every time they do these, like, changes to the workplace, they only think about it for the higher-ups in the middle class. They only think about how is it for the CEO, how is it for the executive suite, and how is it for the people directly within the leadership roles. They don't think about, like, oh, how does this affect our, you know, our front-end staff? How does this affect our customer service? They just take it at face value of, well, if the executives are able to, like, come to terms with the lack of days and such like that, then clearly the front-end staff will do the exact same thing. No, that is not how this works. The front-end people do not have the same responsibilities or the same means of, you know, ignoring what the outside world is doing. You're still moving shit into my room. Oh, fuck. A curious observation. Do you not love your own work? Sveen? Like... Oh, but I jest. It's true that the people of the outskirts seem the most fulfilled. Always. They take to their duties with good cheer. Of course they fucking do. Of course, even as the end of the world is gonna possibly hit us outside of this dome, everyone is totally fine with their jobs inside the dome. What did you think of our little tour, Lamati? What did you call me? Was that inappropriate? My apologies. I heard the others call you by that name, and I thought... No, it's fine. As you said before, we've no need for titles and formalities. You better not turn into an evil bitch. As for my thoughts, I was very impressed. That machine could be used to overcome so harsh an environment is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. The feeling is understandable, indeed. Many still find the machinery behind me baffling. It's a system that controls the distribution of water for the fields and livestock. It's been acting up lately, though. Acting up, you say? You needn't worry, my queen. It happens fairly often, but simply, it's taking in water that a strong electrical charge. We think some creature have become charged up with the energy, and they're releasing it into the river we use as a source. The system would return to normal if the creatures were dealt with, but I'm reluctant to beg it of the army. Sorry for venting, it's just, you're really fucking tired. If you can, Jack, you should be able to, like... I'm not too sure what the workers' rights are over where you are. Singapore? Singapore? I'm not too sure. I don't think it's Malaysia, but I'm pretty sure, like, there should be, like, if you're not like a casual employee, if you're just like a part-time or full-time, where they give you both like annual and personal leave, you should be able to use the personal leave as like a mental health day. So you could use it as like a case of like, hey, this is like, you know, really like playing into my anxiety, or hey, I'm having like a really, really tough day, mentally speaking, and it's affecting my work. I need to take the day, to recover. That could work. We could take care of it if you'd like. That is most gracious of you to offer, but is much too dangerous. Oh, it's no trouble for the vow of resolve of Tuliol. Regardless of how the relationship between our nations may develop, if there are people in need, I want to help. Simple as that. And Grant is even stronger than I am. It shouldn't take us long at all. Then very well. I graciously accept, but please take all care. Sometimes venting helps. Yeah, no, look, here's the thing. Venting helps. Communication helps. The rubber ducky method in development is utilized in all kinds of other areas as well, because it's one of those cases where if you're only got your thoughts don't work in a single train of thought. It will make leaps, it will make spirals, it will make loops. It doesn't work out very well. But if you're able to communicate even to an inanimate object, or to just, you know, a wild zebra on the internet, sometimes you're going to be surprised the solutions you're going to find when you're able to have like an entirely different process of, you know, interpreting your mind and your feelings when you go with a different avenue. Some people like write in their diary, some people do it like an audio log and then they'll refer to it later on. Some people just tell a zebra how shit of a day they're having. Meanwhile, the zebra is sitting here just going like, fucking jobs! Why does my job suck? Yeah. This ought to go even faster if you and I search for lightning-charged fiends on our own. Good luck. You're fine, look, you're good, Sage. You're good. You're fine. Give your well wishes to Jack. Give your well wishes to Jack. Let's do it. Hang on. Shoutouts to Jax. Sometimes Jack does things. Did you know Jack is an artist as well? Jack has done some cool art thingy-madiggies. Look at them. Granted, they inconsistently stream, but, you know, look at this crow. Look at that bird. Bird up. Dun, 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 dun. Sorry, that was just in my head earlier. Bird up. Dun, 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 dun. excuse me, hand. Like... Cool, I still have my bird. Dun, dun, dun. Thunder Spirit. Fuck you in particular. There we go. That's one down. It's just overkill just then. Just like bang, 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 bang. Also, does this thing fill up my, grants 3 stacks, nullifies the thingy-majiggy. Seriously, I can't run under the bridge. I have to get up off the river, walk around the bridge, and then walk back down it? Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. And we do this again. There we go. You're a full-timer and every hire I have is literally a narcissist abuser or absolutely useless, isn't it? Come talk to me about your problems, but just know that we can't really do anything about it, so buck up and... Oh! Not good. That is harsh. Wait, do I know them? No, not examine. View the adventurer plates. Ha! I'm a higher rank than them. Also, 92 white mage, but there are 98 starry, like, dark knight? Jesus. I guess they had a bit of a change in class. Yeah. Oh, you're both all right. Thank goodness. You really needn't have worried so much. We barely broke a sweat dealing with the fiends. They're all gone now. Of course I was worried. You're my dear guests. But thank you. We truly appreciate this. Indeed. With this, we won't have to ask Zerul Jaws up machines for help. She's still angry. He's been making a concerted effort to bolster his forces, sparing but a fraction for the people's protection. He thinks nothing of our safety, unlike Queen Sphene. That's enough, Mahuwasa. If you have any grievances, I'll hear them later, but to speak of the king now... No, she's right. He's never been one to look after his people. Anyway, thanks for letting us tour the farm. The folks here are delightful, and it was a pleasure to meet them. You couldn't have favored us with more uplifting words. My people are my pride and joy. And you never fail to let us know, nor how much you care. Of course! You're my precious family, all of you. You seem a good sort. Then, that I'll admit. But, you'll forgive me if I'm not ready to lower my guard for the enemy queen just yet. For you to be called that, I dread to imagine what villainy your majesty has committed. Come now, this is no laughing matter. A ruler is responsible for the welfare of countless lives, and one wrong decision can lead to untold suffering. Failure is unconscionable. Now, I believe we are done with the farm. Let's move on, shall we? Welcome to my country. It's perfectly normal. I just have to disregard my health and make it anywhere in this shithole of a fucking country. I love how we hear this and Sage is like, the United States? If the United States has that kind of representation with their jobs, and I'm thinking in my head of like, oh yeah, Australia can have that depending on the places you work, I think we have a bit of a problem with the job market, internationally speaking. Perhaps we should head back to the outskirts. I dare say your friends will also have returned by now. My thanks again for dealing with the fiends. Come and visit us any time. So, but yeah. The thing... So yeah, because here's the observation that I have made about work-life balances, especially with mental health. If you work in a, like, customer service, like, environment, whether that's because the company is customer service or you're in a department that's customer service, you are going to have a very difficult time if you do not have everything, like, if you don't have all your ducks in a row. Let's all move to Norway. Tempting, but I only have like $1,000 in my name, and I don't think that's enough to even get me out of this country and emigrate over to Norway. Do you hear that? Plus, my work allows me to work from home now, and like some of the days of the week I work from home. I don't think there's a company in Norway that's gonna let me like work from home multiple days of the week as a desktop support technician.
What's happening over there?
Something problematic, no doubt.
It's nearly time.
Nearly time for what? Uh-oh.
I'm glad you could make it.
Oh.
Are you with us?
Queen Sphene has come to see you.
We're here, Namika. Everything is going to be all right.
Namika?
What's the matter, dear?
That's the bracelet that Wuklamot gave her, and this is the same. This is the same woman, but like she was old as fuck. So for her to survive,
I gave to Namika.
to survive like 30 years, we're probably gonna.
Of course I know her. She was like a mother to me.
We're about to learn how some people are surviving after 30 years.
I see. She was always willing to lend a kindly ear to others, but rarely did she ever speak of herself.
Mm-hmm.
Is it really you?
She must have arrived shortly before the barrier manifested. For us, it was perhaps days, but for her...
Years.
Namika, it's me. Wuklamat.
I don't...
I'm afraid her time with us is nearly at an end.
Has she no more soul cells?
She always used hers sparingly, but at her age, it wouldn't make a difference.
Ma'am, the ushers have arrived.
Uh-oh. I don't know why, but the usher looks a little more dressed up for battle than for healings.
Thank you, Namika, for your many years of friendship. Take comfort in the knowledge that this is not the end. Be not afraid. Your memory will live on in us.
Living on in memory. The giants share a similar belief.
Yeah, but they wrote the names in stones and such. I don't think this is going to be the same technique. They're not talking about the metaphorical living on in memory.
Wait, where are you taking her?
Worry not. She is being escorted to a medical facility in the tower. There we will ease her burden.
Here.
I had hoped to make arrangements for her sooner, but she wished to remain here for as long as possible. I could not bring myself to refuse her.
That is not the look of a woman that's going to accept that the term visiting hours is going to limit her.
Is there any way I might stay with her for a little while longer? We may not share the same blood, but she was my mother. Please.
Let us give them some time alone.
They have to be ready for battle. They're fighting as their immune system. You know what I meant. You know what I mean then.
She didn't speak, but I'm grateful that I could be with her at the end. Thank you.
It's not the end.
This is the part that's going to explain to us. There's a reason the robots are
I
humanoid.
was just thinking that we have much to discuss. Where shall we begin?
With what we can be reasonably certain of, perhaps. Between what we have witnessed and the testimony of Alexandria's inhabitants, it's safe to say that two distinct lands have indeed become one.
Uh-huh.
What's more, having met Namika, there is no denying the divergence in the passage of time. Taken together, these phenomena strongly suggest that some manner of cross-rift displacement has occurred. Specifically, the displacement of Alexandria from another reflection to the source.
It does seem the most likely explanation.
What perplexes me, however, is the scale of said displacement. It far exceeds what could conceivably be achieved with a Void Gate, or even with the Crystal Tower.
It's not the same technology, though.
We are dealing with a localized instance of dimensional compression. The Ascians would no doubt liken it to a rejoining.
Possibly?
Which invites the question, how was such a feat accomplished?
I wish that I had an answer for you, but this talk of reflections and dimensions is well beyond my understanding. I can only tell you that we lived peacefully under the barrier's protection for many, many years, until the day that peace was suddenly broken.
If I may clarify, the barrier predates Alexandria's displacement.
By several hundred years, yes. To when the continent we call home was ravaged by a devastating cataclysm.
Ooh.
The barrier was erected to isolate us from the surrounding land's noxious influence.
Okay, so they're from a shard that we've already absorbed, most likely.
Later that it was whisked away, along with its contents, by means unknown.
Okay, okay.
In other words, Sphene's as lost as the rest of us, right? The Alexandrians didn't mean to end up in Tural.
I wonder if this is the shard then that would have given us the lightning aspect. No, because the lightning aspect was like one of the first. Fuck! Someone is gonna have to explain to me the order of operation of how we got our different Aether stuff. Because if this place is like, you know, largely reliant on like lightning Aether and such like that, they must be like, that must be the element of like the aetheric like energies that we got.
Residential district, where you will doubtless gain invaluable insight into Alexandria's state of affairs. Unfortunately,
You'll find out as you go.
I cannot take you directly to where Zorol...
Questions about the game will be answered by progressing the game.
That you'd let us in it all goes a
Have you?
long way.
That is one of my.
I'm not content to let Zoralja do as he pleases.
All your questions will be answered by progressing the
We're
game.
not talking about a simple difference of opinion here. I've come to avenge my father. And to do so, I intend to take Zorolja's life. Are you willing to stand by and allow Alexandria's king to be slain?
A fair question.
The interpretation of death between her and us is not the same.
My people come first. Their welfare is paramount. I will do everything in my power to keep them from harm. It is a ruler's duty.
How many of your people are invading us?
Now, I am off to register you at Everkeep. It may take some time, but you shall find the entrance open to you in due course.
The second... the sex! The sexund! Sex! The sex calamity! Was the calamity of lightning, if that's what you're asking. Yeah, so I reckon this is from, like, the 6th or whatever shard.
I'm afraid I can say no more than that. Make for the Thunder Yards, and all will be made clear.
But I can say if you want something, your theory is off. Well, that's my theory. Oh, more of those.
It's not as if we have other pressing business. Not until we can get into this Everkeep anyway.
Yep. We got places to go.
And for being a friend to Namika these past 30 years. It means a lot to me.
Also, Sage, have you gone... oh, sorry, not Sage. Sashera.
I'm sorry, but I don't know who you mean.
What? Okay, I don't need everyone giving me the Dutch angle stare.
What? We were just with...
No spoilers, no spoilers.
If this is some sort of a joke, it isn't funny.
I don't mean to give offense, but I honestly have no idea who you are talking about. I'm sorry.
How can you not know who she is? You're in charge here. She was under your care.
Then in all likelihood, my memories of her have been stored in the cloud.
I'm sorry. What? What do you mean? Why is the cloud Amazon? What kind of fucking backup system is this?
In the cloud. Oh, I really must be getting back to work. If you'll excuse me.
What's going on? How could Papone suddenly forget about Namaka? It's as if he never knew her. Could the same thing have happened to others as well, I wonder? There's only one way to find out. Let's make inquiries about Namaka in the area. We can reconvene afterwards at the Aetherite. Jesus Christ. Alright, hang on. Now we have to get, like, look, I'm willing to take at face value that he just had his memories fucking deleted because of the weird, like, Bluetooth Fitbit stuck on his head. Thanks, Elon Musk, for your, Did I attune to this Aetherite? No, I have not. Okay. I need to attune to the Aetherite before I forget. Ah! Excuse me. Gosh fucking damn it. Alright, let's see. An old woman named Namaka? I'm afraid I don't know that person. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more help. Here's the thing. If they are forgetting people, why are they aware of the cloud? That's my thought experiment. It's like, why is it that their memories go into the cloud? So they're aware that memories go away, but they're not concerned about, like, you know, the people they've lost. I do recall caring for someone until recently, and you say that it was a woman named
Sipping
Namaka?
Time sponsored by Sir Dragonx88.
Well, I can't say for certain if it was her. I wouldn't worry. I'm sure she's just been taken up to the cloud. See? Like, do people just not care? Like, because here's the thought experiment then. Let's say for example, like, you have no parents, you have no siblings, but you are aware that people that have passed away will go into the cloud. Is there not a thought of, like, that your relatives are up in this cloud that you have no memory of? Like, are you just ignoring it because it could be bad memories, or are you just like, it's not important to me, like they've been able to take even the emotion out of it? What's that? Do I know a Namaka? Never met anyone by that name, and I've worked at the outskirts for a good while now. If she spent time here, I would remember. You don't remember shit! Your memory is being held in an SD card! I've never met a single tech person that looked at this storyline and went, this is one Windows update away from a calamity. No, because here's the thing. I'm of the personal opinion of, hey, someone just arrived. Does. Here's the thing. The thing they're talking about of, like, here's the thing. Microsoft does good cloud support. Microsoft actually has it where it's like, oh, you've got your shit in the cloud, but you also want to have a local copy? Totally understandable. You're always going to know about your link here and there. Even if it's a program that normally wants to work within the OneDrive, if they need to grab it, they download it from the cloud. They never just forget shit. You know who's terrible with the cloud? Adobe. They have a product called Adobe Creative Cloud. You know what their solution is in Adobe Creative Cloud when you want to save documents and assets? It's in the cloud, but then when you go to a new PC, guess what Adobe does when you sign in for the first time? It downloads everything from the cloud. It doesn't leave it there for you to refer to later. It like doesn't matter what device you sign into either. You could have had like a 2 terabyte MacBook Pro one day, and then you move to a new MacBook Pro that's only like 500 gigs, and then you sign into Adobe, and Adobe's just like, I see you've signed into your MacBook Pro. Let me just download everything that you've uploaded to us. Like, that's not a cloud, that's a backup solution. That is not the same thing. As someone who had to fix OneDrive issues for 3 years, I laugh at the Windows is... No. It's not that Windows... I'm not saying Windows is good with updates. I'm saying Windows is good with the cloud. Windows doesn't do... Like, Windows wouldn't do this fucked up shit. It wouldn't make it a thing of like, oh, if it's on the cloud, you can't refer to it locally. Or, oh, if it's on the cloud, you're going to have to grab everything, otherwise you can't use the cloud. Like, they actually do a really good mix of, hey, you can get what you want from the cloud, but you don't need everything from the cloud. This is why it's always ethical to yar har fiddly dee from Adobe. I really wish, says Sarah, but here's the problem. I can't go down that route because I use it for, like, business purposes and, like, for streaming and what have you, so I need it. So it needs to have the official license so I don't fuck up. But then number 2, the one piece of software that I want, the Substance Painter, recently got purchased by Cloud, and if I want to do the yar har fiddly dee high C shanty, I would have to break my entire OBS on my own PC. I can't just, like, make it a separate thing where it's like, oh, fuck around with Substance Painter, but leave my Photoshop alone. It's annoying. So, it was the same for everyone. Not a single person remembers Namaka. It's as if the memory of her has been purged from their minds. While such a thing might be done with magic, to alter the memories of so many at once would be a tremendous undertaking. We would have felt a surge of aether responding to the act, too. And I sensed none in that moment, because it's with the little device thingamadiggies on their heads. Hi there, Jason. Welcome to the stream. Neither did I, but I did notice something else. Right before Papone seemingly forgot, a light in the device on his head began to blink. Could there be a connection? Someone also said something about soul cells. But who might we ask about this? If we continued making such inquiries, I expect we would only cause confusion. Indeed, if we can't readily solve the mystery about Namaka, perhaps we could search for Kokuya instead. Sphene said to try the Thunder Yards. It should be in this direction. And there's a little robot there. I wonder who the fuck that is. And a UFO saying impossible. Now, either that's a drone, or that's a personality. Huh? Another kind of mechanical soldier? It looks dangerous. We'd better destroy it. Oh, it's a little panel in an orb. It's not a TV, it's a fucking orb. Should we give chase? I think it understood our words. Might be worth asking it some questions. Aaronville, are you alright? You look like you've seen a ghost. It's nothing. It's fine. Well, it went off in the direction we're headed anyway, so let's try to track it down. There. Excuse me. Dun, dun, dun. There's the little orb thing again. You found it? To the northeast? Then it must be bound for the mines. Come on, then. It could well be a trap, so let's not rush into it too quickly. Dun, 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 dun. I need to remember to vote for the US election. I can't delay that too far. I hope I can do it, like, electronically. That would be that'd be nice. That would help me a long way. Whistles. Gorilla time! Gorilla. Look at his monkey. Ah, no, fuck off. Leave my monkey alone. There we go. I hear faint voices coming from inside. So it's not alone, but we're still going in, of course. This may be a trap. Be ready for a fight, everyone. It's not gonna be a fight. It is literally an orb with 3 probes on it. It's not gonna be a threat to us. Also, I see we're gonna be just... Hey, there's an aether current. I can hear them. Several people up ahead. Can't make out their conversations with the echoing. Let's keep going. Stay on your guard. Ah! Huh. Looks like some sort of lived-in situation.
Oh, hell no.
What is this?
Ironville.
Uh-oh.
A trap?
It really is you!
Nashville.
Huh?
Huh?
Who? I just have to get a look at you in the light. And I can still hardly believe my eyes. But it is you, my darling Nashville!
My darling what now?
That's Aaronville's name.
Oh, it's so good to see you, my fussy little bun bun.
What
are you doing here? What brings you all this way?
Little bun bun. Fussy little bun bun? That's his mom, isn't it?
Why the long face? Aren't you happy to see me after all this time?
I know that laugh anywhere. Mother?
Yeah, it's a UFO.
Wait, since when was your mother a weird floating thing?
Probably after coming over into this side and dying at least once.
What have we here?
This little fucking chibi looking thing talking as if it's like age old.
Alanespia was always so excited whenever you invited him over to play. You remember me, I hope?
I can't say that I do, but you know my father?
Appearances notwithstanding, it would seem this is my mother, Kafkiwa.
Kafkiwa.
I'm sorry?
Oh, this won't do. Come in, come in! Friends of my Alanespia are always welcome.
All I ask is a little forewarning, but no.
Just when I thought I was starting to get a handle on this place. How are things still getting stranger?
You roll with it. You get used to it. Just learn to roll with it. You'll get an understanding within, like, you know, a patch or two, Wooklamat. As far as I can tell, this is indeed my mother. I can think of few people in the world quite so spirited. But as to what's happened, we'll need to ask her. Let's hear what she has to say. Why does this remind me that my PC still cannot shut down properly? I don't know. It just means that you have to watch the Zeebs for even longer now. Oh, it's so wonderful to meet you all. And the students of Baldessian. It's been a while since I heard that name. Dare I ask the reason for your appearance? Oh, this? It's just a body that I control remotely. I use this for our operations. Okay, so she's not even in there. This is a remote toy. We're members of a resistance organization, Oblivion. We call ourselves, and our goal is to thwart Zoroljah's ambitions for conquest. As the leader, it is prudent that I remain where I can't be easily found. I see. Whimsical appearances notwithstanding, yours is a serious cause. Right you are, though, truth be told, Oblivion was founded for an altogether different purpose. And that is... As I expect you've already noticed, everything you see within this dome, the buildings, the people, the very earth beneath our feet, is a fusion of two worlds. Stopping such a fusion was Oblivion's original mission. Then, does that mean you know who or what is responsible for it? I'm afraid not. This was a long time ago, and our mission statement has become more of a legend that's passed down to members. By the time we joined, our sole objective was stopping Zoroljah. But we failed to do that, and now he's taking his army outside the dome. None of you wear those strange devices on your head. Does that have something to do with your work? The one that's like right here. You mean this? It's a regulator, the pinnacle of electro technology, and that we don't wear it is indeed related to our operations. What exactly does it do? Allow me to explain. Regulators have two primary functions. The first, as the name suggests, is the regulation of the wearer's reserves of souls. Should they die, the regulator expends a soul to bring them back to life. Reserve? You mean people walking around carrying spare souls? They do. Souls are packed in cells, and they can be used to replenish the life force that is lost due to sudden death, such as an accident. They do nothing for those who die of old age, though. Distribution of soul cells is based on one work's evaluation to encourage exemplary performance when fulfilling their duties. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's why everyone is just so positive in their fucking job. Because the currency is, hey, if you do a good job and you mean well, you get yourself a soul. Fuck's sake. They're stealing our souls! Souls is a common resource, and payment for services rendered. That would The void-sent practice of consuming others for their aether comes to mind, and similarly, I expect that the acts come with some risk. Possibly. They do it only on death and not on, like, the thingy. Oh, hey, it's 0! Like, so as the patch content pointed out, the absorption of souls, like, you know, can render a potential danger upon the original by creating a union between the personality of the original versus... Yeah. It dilutes your sense of self. That is presented through memory management, a process in which regulators also play a role. Memory management? Then the reason everyone has forgotten Namaka's existence... The regulators are constantly recording the memories of their wearer, so if they should suddenly die, their memories can be refreshed as part of the restoration process. This is how they preserve one's identity and sense of self. However, the regulators are also triggered when someone else dies. Reason being is that regulators forcibly extract memories related to the deceased from anyone wearing one. Why would they do such a thing? It's a kindness bestowed upon the people by Everkeep core system, so that no one has to suffer the pain of loss. Nope. Nope. It's because, I bet you, because she's dying of old age, they're, like, or that she's about to die of old age, I bet you they're about to extract her soul, and they're gonna turn, so all the old people are just, you know, turned into a common resource, and in order to remove the dangers of their, like, soul being, like, you know, like, able to grab on to, like, like an impression of them and corrupt the original soul, memories of that person are going away. So this is what it meant by their memories being in the cloud. Indeed. All memories of the deceased are wiped from the minds of the people and archived in the system. It's a frightening function of the regulators, and an internal step in soul cell production. Yep, they're turning her into a soul. They're turning her into a soul cell. This is why you think the Void arc was a very clever story time, because it doesn't seem like it has any relevance in new expansion until you reach the point. I will be real with you. I had a theory that I thought that it was going to be introducing to us the idea that we would start doing, like, dimension hopping. So instead of trying to solve our problems in only the source, we would start solving problems in other shards. So then that way, rather than dealing with oh, this is a multiversal threat, it's instead a case of, we're going to go through an expansion where you are going to be emotionally tied with this person who is irrelevant to the source, but because of the emotional tie, you're going to help the shard. I thought that was where we were going with the questline expansion that we got during the patch content. You see, when a person dies of natural causes, their soul is temporarily housed within the regulator. It's then delivered to a facility where memories are separated from the soul. Ooh, this is similar to the Whatsamahoozy machine. Back in Endwalker, the Asians had a, like, there was this machine that was able to alter the memories. So this is like a much more juiced up variant. So, because the soul holds a portion of memories, so on death, like, when you return to the ethereal sea, like, whatever, like, nonsense was done to the aether of you is restored, but, you know, that's obviously not helpful because you died. You're in the ethereal sea. You're not helping anyone at that point. But yeah, so this is obviously much greater of a alteration because the aether, the soul, is having the memories pulled away at death. So what happens is we are essentially having, like, the equivalent of a newborn going into the ethereal sea. Someone with no memories. So there's nothing for it to restore or repair. Ooh. And because the memory... Ooh, okay. The result is a fresh soul cell, free of impurities, ready for distribution and consumption. So yeah, so... Oh, Katie and Eyes. Meanwhile, the memories are stored in the cold system to be remembered forever. And this is why people are happy here? On its surface, it's similar to the Yokui's philosophy, but I see nothing noble or comforting in it. Well, doesn't seem so terrible to me personally. All comes down to what you're used to, I suppose. Like the barrier encasing Alexandria, this system was created to overcome the calamity that transformed the world hundreds of years ago. Yeah, because they would have had, like, you know, a huge number of people getting etheric corruption and shit, so... You know, if they're able to remove the memories from a soul, that means that the ethereal corruption is only happening to the soul and not the memories. Amidst the mounting death toll, scientists use Electrope to devise a means to save what lives they could so that the nation could endure. I understand the people of Alexandria did what they believed was best to save the people. I just find it hard to believe that Torali would also accept this way of living. It came as a shock to us as well. In fact, a great many were opposed to it. Which is why the use of regulators was never compulsory. The people have always been free to go without them if they so wish. Sphene didn't strike me as the sort of ruler to impose her will on others. Here's the problem. Much like how, okay, when they're just sort of like, oh, we don't have it as a compulsory thing to wear the regulator, here's what's being told. Hey, if you get into an accident and such like that, and you're likely gonna die, you will die. But, you know, if you want, you could have this regulator here that can keep you alive during those incidences, so then that way you can continue. What's that? You have loved ones that you want to see again that are outside of this realm? Well, you're most likely going to die from an accident or anything because this is a dangerous area, but with one of these, you don't have to worry about that. And then meanwhile, there's a number of people that are like, they learn, you know, how the sausage is made, and it's like, ah, we do not like that one bit. We refuse that. And they're like, well, okay, just so you know, you will die, and we're not gonna, you know... I feel like it's the illusion of a free choice. It's the illusion. The fact of the matter is that your only means of combating the system is not taking part in the system. But unfortunately, by not taking part in the system, you're not really gonna be able to change it. Because people here are clearly fine with people dying and being, like, quite frankly, forgotten. This, like, that's the honest truth. No one is going to the cloud to revisit people's memories. No one cares. It'd be like, you know, organ donors just, you know, willy-nilly being pulled off the streets, and then you have no concept of, like, where they came from. And it doesn't matter because, you know, it's just a perfectly fine organ. What are you talking about? Don't question it. There's a possibility that the souls that this system uses could be sourced unethically. Like, I know that sounds like, oh, if you die of old age, you just rip the memory from the soul and there you go. It's no problem at all. But the problem is leading up to the old age, they've most likely have used soul cells. A person has most likely used a lot of soul cells, so you're gonna have to take the resources from someone who doesn't use soul cells. There's a very likely chance that there's a number of souls that are unethically sourced for this system, which means that there has been a greater number of deaths than those survived. And what happens to said soul when it's used? Exactly, it gets, you know, it gets replaced into the person, and the memories are not there, so then, and, like, when it gets utilized, it's immortal. She's the one who suggested we come to Thunder Yard in the first place. She also said she wants to help us stop Zorul Jah. Awfully kind of her to point you in my direction, and to speak so candidly as well. Whatever her motive, she has given the people a choice. Live with the risk of true death, or the security of the regulators. Yeah, no, that's a false choice. That's a false choice. You know what that sounds like? Hey, you have the option of working... You either have the choice of dying homeless or working till you're dead, but having a home. That's what it sounds like. Ugh. This dystopia. Everything that lives must someday die. That is the nature of order of things. Quite right. But, however you feel about them, it would be easier to understand what the regulators are capable of if you saw it for yourself. I know just the person to show you, and as luck would have it, they should be starting work right about now. Who are we going to see exactly? Come with me and you'll find out. Oh, me? Ugh. We don't get Jack. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. We don't get jack shit from these people. Alrighty. Speak with Whatsmahuzi, who is outside right now. Flash! Ah! Savior of the universe? Feels like I'm already living in this nightmare bullshit. Well, at least your soul is not being commodified. Instead, we just have, you know, the soft skills such as art, like art, science, the interpretation of logic. All those things, however, are being commodified by AI and are slowly being, you know, turned into, like, you know, unnatural. I can't get into this rant. I do not have the energy for this rant. I need to... I am well invested into this one right now. Everyone here? Good. It is the responsibility of the Thunderyard Hunters to fell any fiends found wandering the area. We've to meet an acquaintance of mine, Striker, one of these hunters. Ugh, there's so much that could go wrong. I bet you the queen does not realize, like, the potential, like, the true danger here. Because here's the thing. If they have the technology to save a soul, they have the technology to steal a soul. The horn choir is happening again. Someone's stuck at the exit gate. Oop. Effective Sentry, S8. There we go. I love how it decides to put me in a defective sentry area. And look, there's a novice hunter over there as well. We saw that with the whole invasion thing. Oh, yeah, that's... Well, they were killing him and such, and they were... Yeah, they were extracting that. Thank you for reminding me, Velk. They were doing that with some of the souls. I had to be reminded about that cutscene. Kachuya, what are you doing here? And with so many friends? Apologies for the interruption, but I was hoping they might observe you at work. Hunting, you mean? That's fine, I guess. Hold on. I assumed they were wearing special regulators like Queen Sphinx crown, but they aren't wearing anything at all. It's much too dangerous to be here without one. What if they're struck by lightning or attacked by beasts? I can assure you they're all quite capable of looking after themselves. If anything should go amiss, I will take full responsibility. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Danger aside, there isn't really much to see. Kachuya said you're a hunter, but wouldn't it be easier for those mechanical soldiers to guard this place? It would, if not for the fact they're weak to lightning. The Thunder Yard being what it is, they've been ordered to steer clear. Some good they are, eh? But these facilities are vital to the upkeeping of Alexandria's infrastructure, so it falls to hunters like me to deal with any fiends. Given the danger, we're well compensated for our work. It's a perfect profession for anyone looking to build up savings. The special selection of souls for hunters isn't terrible either. I brought this lot here to see this danger you speak of, if it's not too much trouble to ask. Oh, so... when she's talking about special souls, not all souls are equal. I bet she's got a soul that has, like, combat experience or some other kind of, like, you know, advantage to combat. Ah, of course, in which case, it'll be a shame to waste my efforts on just any old beast. You can all handle yourselves in a fight, right? If you cause a ruckus saying what critters you see nearby, there's a chance you'll draw something out worthy of a demonstration. Cool. I love how she's like, oh, are you sure you guys are, like, you know, okay for being out here? You don't have regulators. You could die next couple minutes later. Hey, I could probably do a really big monster as a demonstration if you're willing to risk your lives. Congratulations, Davey boy, on getting a level 100 on your red mage. Alrighty. Survey the designated location and defeat any enemies that appear. Alrighty. Give more gristle green, swap over to a mount. Okay, so for whatever reason, I can't do it while mounted, but I can do it while I'm, like, you know, like this. Surveying. Meow, 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 meow. go. Oh, come on. I just blew my load on that giant hound. Why do I have to do it against you? Alrighty, next location. More of the Thunder Yard. Meanwhile, my little samurai cat over there is doing his best. Sorry, chat. Wow. Observing more of my environment. Observing. Observing. What is she doing? Where's your fucking weapon? There we go. Oh, she's a fucking monk? Oh, she's got like no range. This one will do nicely. Sylvester Crystal. We'll help you. It's fine, really. I faced worse. Just watch. God damn it, Renee. I don't like the looks of this. Let us help. Look out! Preserve. She needs healing! No, she dead. And then she gets an overcharge. That was embarrassing. Are you mad? Seriously, let us help. I told you not to worry. This will only take a moment. Uh-oh. Wait, that's Primal Ren! That's my thing! Oh boy. Just like Zerul Jaw. Come on, let's get out of here. There's also a function of the regulator? No doubt that was something because of the particular soul she absorbed or something. I imagine that's what it'd been it. Primal Ren is actually a really good comparison now that you think about it. Yeah! I think I understand now how Zorul Jah was able to return from the dead and defeat Papa, but I'm not sure what we saw at the end there. As soon as the regulator turned red, it was as if you were possessed. Your movements became beast-like. Don't tell me. You empowered yourself with the soul of a beast? I'm reminded of the serpentine soldier we encountered at Vanguard who did the same. So, you've crossed paths with one of the king's elites. Such a form can only be achieved from gorging yourself on souls. We could do the same in theory, but it's extremely dangerous. Besides, it's not as if they'd allow hunters to carry that many souls to begin with. Well, I should be getting back to work. Take care! And there you have it. Regulators can be loaded with two kinds of souls, those of peoples and those of beasts. The souls of people can be used to grant the user preternatural. The soul of people can be used to grant the user preternatural strength. Naturally, they can also be used to ensure no one suffers an untimely death. And what about the souls of beasts? They work much in the same fashion, imbuing you with the strength of the chosen animal. If, for example, you use the soul of a wolf, you would grow more agile and feral, as you saw with Striker. Using several of the same type at once, however, would result in physical changes. Your teeth would become fangs, your nail claws, too many, and you'd become more beast than man. Almost like a beast man! Changing one's form through the souls of other beings. It's become more and more reminiscent of Void Scent. Yet unlike the Void, where the cycle of death and rebirth is simply broken, souls here are forcibly taken before they might reach the ethereal sea, different means to achieve similar ends. A cycle to which all within the dome are bound. Why you gotta hit me, Sash? What did I do? What did I do wrong? This is wrong. This is all wrong. Oh, here we go, here we go. And then long It is indeed hard to accept, being so far removed from our own beliefs. Perhaps more shocking is that the technology to achieve all this was developed hundreds of years ago. Civilizations in the reflection are surprising indeed. It was a great pun, Sash. Thank you very much. I don't see you doing good puns in the chat. I have to do my best. While we all have our thoughts on souls, for now the important thing is we know what power Zorul Jah has at his disposal. It is one thing to separate corporeal aether from incorporeal aether, but to strip memories from the soul entirely is unprecedented technology. This is no longer only Tuluril's concern. With his newfound power, Zorul Jah has become a real threat to the entire world. Indeed, he has to be stopped, no matter the cost. Dun 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 dun. The worth of a soul. Interesting, we got an achievement. Tender shortcakes. I've trusted you've gained an insight into the use of souls in Alexandria. It's shocking, I know. I was overwhelmed myself at first. I expect you'll need some time to digest it all, but for now, let's head back to the Earth and Sea. Earth and Sky, sorry. At this rate... she ain't handling it too well. She ain't not taking this at the best of times. There's something I want to discuss with everyone. Let's take a moment before we head into the tunnel. Is there an aether right here? 250 to the east. So that is over in that direction. There is a lot that I am not gonna... Ah. Giving you the shakes. Giving you the shakes. I'm sorry for delaying us, but I have some thoughts I need to share. In both technology and values, it's plain there's a wide gulf between Tuliol and Alexandria, and while Zorul Jah knows everything about us, we know hardly anything about what he's become. Indeed, we haven't even seen what lies within the enormous tower Everkeep. So here, I'd like to make a proposal. That is, we work with Kakuya and our people. We need to learn as much as we can about the enemy. The quickest way would be joining hands with Oblivion. We've only just met them, I know, and we shouldn't be too quick to trust, but the fact remains that they share our desire to stop Zorul Jah. Sphene, too, claims to be at odds with the King of Resolve. May I ask why you would cooperate with Oblivion instead? It is simple, really. Their leader is Erenville's mother. Meanwhile, whatever Sphene may feel, she's a ruler of this nation. There's a greater risk in working with her, and less reason to take her at her word. A fair point, and knowing Zorul Jah, we must assume that his arrangement with Sphene was not made without some consideration. All I know is that it would be heartening to have allies in this strange realm. I think everyone would agree that any help we can get would be welcome. Hold on. There's no guarantee that it's actually my mother behind the machine. Without seeing her in the flesh, we can't rule out the possibility of a ploy. If it turns out to be a trap, we endanger not only ourselves, but everyone in Tuliol. As you say, we have no proof that it really is Kakuya. But I have my proposal in full awareness of this. Whether we're going to war or striving for peace, we need to learn as much as we can. Otherwise, we can't hope to do anything meaningful. As it stands, we know too little about this realm. We need to remedy that. We need to study the enemy, and when the time comes, strike down Zorul Jah for good and all. What's more, I trust you, Erenville. You always had great instincts, honed from your time training under your mother. What if I'm wrong? What if sentiment is clouding my judgment? I trust you as well. That's always the way of it with you. Fine, if you're set on this, then I'll say no more. Then it's settled. Let's head inside and secure ourselves some new allies. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Depending on how this quest goes... Dink. Kakuya, there's something I need to tell you and your people. We came here for no other reason than to strike down Zorul Jah. But I thought he was your brother. Do you really mean to kill your own kin? My kin invaded our nation and murdered our people. As vow of resolve, it falls to me to bring him to account. I am prepared to do what I must, and I won't hesitate when the time comes. Like us, you and yours oppose Zorolja. In light of this, I propose that we work together to stop him once and for all. I realize that this is sudden, that it's a gamble to trust someone you've only just met. But I would trust in the conviction of anyone who shares my goal. So fight with me, I beg you. As you say, our goals align, and I don't doubt your resolve in the least. If you hadn't proposed working together, I would have done so instead. Truth be told, it's been tough going at it alone. While we've gathered ample intelligence, we don't have the strength to take decisive action. Besides, how could we not trust you? My only son is with you, my fussy little bun-bun. He's all the reason I need. Then it's decided. Here's to a fruitful collaboration. Thank you, Kakuya, everyone. Together we'll achieve great things, I'm sure of it. Then let's not waste any time. We've been wondering about Zorolja's whereabouts. Is there a palace inside that tower? After a fashion, the king resides on the uppermost level, but while Queen Sphene has a penchant for going out in public, he seldom shows himself. What's more, his movements are highly classified. Not even his commanders are privy to that information. If anyone knows where he is at any given time, it could only be the Queen. Even if we don't know his whereabouts, Zorolja will eventually march on Tuliol again, and that's when we can go after him. The drawback is we'd have to wait for the invasion to happen. Innocents would be put in harm's way. There's also the possibility that he'll leave everything to his minions and not command the army in person. No, he'll take the field. What makes you so certain? My brother has always yearned to surpass our father. That's why he attacked Tuliol. After waiting for 30 years, the first thing he wanted to do was demonstrate his newfound strength. But killing Papa didn't satisfy him, so now he's bent on proving himself stronger than me and Koana, who bested him in the right of succession. He challenged me to strike him down. He wants a duel to show everyone that he's superior to the Dawn Servants, and he won't let his minions deprive him of that pleasure. Then why hasn't he agreed and given you your chance? Surely he's aware of your presence here. At that, I can only guess. Perhaps he wants to dazzle us with his wondrous realm, but if he won't deign to appear, then we'll force him to do so. Even as we gather intelligence, we have no move to attack him, show absolute no interest in a conversation. Knowing him, he'll tire of waiting and turn his attention to Koana instead. He'll attack Tuliol again, like he said he would. I see. If you believe this is the best approach, then we have no objections. Any campaign against Tuliol requires that Zorolja leads his force through Vanguard. We'll have a lookout keep an eye on it day and night. Such a strategy is certainly viable. If we're proceeding with it, though, we should warn those outside. Indeed, they'll need time to prepare their defenses. I should be glad to continue our efforts. I'm already in regular contact with Y'shtola, and will make sure to keep our comrades appraised of developments. You can leave Vanguard to us. We'll send word at the first sign of movement. It seems we have a plan. While we wait for Zorolja to move, you'll do well to prepare for battle, and it begins with familiarizing yourself with the technology that empowers him. To that end, I'll show you to Oblivion's main headquarters. Oh? I thought this place was it. You'll be impressed to know that we're located right inside that tower, in the residential district of Solution 9. Hiding a tree in the forest, as it were. The only question is how to get you through the checkpoint. Oh, about that! Sphene said that she'd make it so we could enter without issue. She did? Curious. She's not supposed to have such authority over sentries. If I recall correctly, her words were that she would register us as guests. I see. Perhaps we're in the clear then. When you're ready, come and meet me at the tower entrance. Before you head out, give us a moment to introduce ourselves properly, eh? After all, names are good to know when working together. I'm sorry, is his name Geodude? While Oblivion has operatives all over, we're the main crew here. I'm Geode, the leader of this hideout. Yep, that's Geodude. And the dependable young twins behind me are Nostalgia and Wayakui. I'm Nostalgia. It's a pleasure to meet you. My sister and I were born and raised inside the barrier. We've been with Oblivion for 3 years, and our main duties are surveillance and provisionings. Twins, eh? That explains the resemblance. Wayakui is a Tonawatan name, unless I'm mistaken. That's right. Our mother is Tulian, and our father is Alexandrian. They wanted to honor both cultures. They're beautiful names. Thank you. Though I have no memory of my mother, I like to think I carry a part of her with me. So, what made you decide to join Oblivion? We wanted to avenge our father. So they don't remember the mother, but they remember the father. Ambrose was his name, and years ago he was taken away after a scuffle with the soldiers over a disagreement. It was a minor incident, so at first we clung to the hope that he'd be released, but when months went by with no word from or about him, we made the decision to remove our regulators. We had already lost the memories of our mother. We didn't want to lose those of our father as well. They've all forgotten about him now, everyone who had known him. That bastard! Even here he thinks of nothing of his own people. Sometime later, we were approached by a member of Oblivion, hoping to get justice for our father. We joined the Order. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to darken the mood. No, I appreciate you sharing this. Together, we'll avenge your father. Thank you. Something tells me you have what it takes. You introduce yourself too. Go on. It's pretty much the same story for me. And while mine is a Tonawatan name, I haven't the faintest how things are outside the barrier. It was my dream to go and see it with my own eyes, our mother's homeland. Once peace is restored, you must come and visit. The wilds are beautiful, the food delicious, and everyone's so nice, you'll love it. And that's us here. You'll meet others in the back room. That's our headquarters. Some of them are a little eccentric, but they have good hearts at all. Ah, Ellen Spa. One last thing. It isn't exactly my place to say this, but thank you for seeking out Kakuya. She talks about you so much. It's clear how important you are to her. Hi, sweetie girl. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. That's all. Be good to your mother while you still can, eh? Well, we'll let you go now. Feel free to use this hideout as you like. Dun 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 dun. Yay! Dun 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 dun. Meanwhile, in Everkeep. Meanwhile, at the Legion of Doom. Oh, that's a lot of souls. That is a shit ton. That's either souls or memories at that point.
You've been consulting with Wook Lamont.
Nothing gets past him. You've posted some Arttober stuff on my Discord? Oh, thank you.
I do not know what you are scheming. But when your realm lay on the brink, you were powerless. You had no choice but to turn to me.
Interesting.
Whatever sentiment you may feel for her, it is my power you require. Is it not?
Perhaps. And yet, knowing the love that Wook Lamont bears for her people, how she regards them all as kin, I cannot help but wish to spare her the same pain I have suffered. What's more, her friends possess new knowledge. Were we to work together, we might find another path.
He's not interested.
I know you're loath to consider it, but is there no hope for peace with Tuliyola? What we've already done may be unforgivable, but it needn't continue. You needn't kill your brother and sister.
I slew my only flesh and blood. Yet you attempt to sway me with an appeal to family.
Yeah, this guy's bad news, just...
The memory of my father's final moments still fills me with disappointment. Age came for him before I did. For long years, I sought to prove the miracle. And weak as he was, defeating him achieved nothing. To kill them is my only recourse.
Are you seriously a Nepo baby that doesn't understand that you need to break out of the shadow of your family?
They are still your siblings, even if not by blood. That such bonds should mean so little to you.
Fucking narcissist.
I am bound to no one. Serve none save myself. I made that clear when first you spoke to me in the Golden City. Remember, I can easily kill your beloved family. If you would protect them, cast aside any foolish notions. Your wisdom and abilities are valuable insofar as our goals align. So think well before you act, Queen of Reason. Wook Lamont, if you are father's worthy successor, then you will find your way to me.
Perhaps others put those burdens on him. Still his fault, though, in the end. Look, like, the, not Bakul, but... What was the name of the two-headed that we went up against? The, what's his name? That was... The, he wasn't a promise, but, like... He was definitely, like, you know... He did some, you know, pretty fucked up shit. And yeah, that was an example of the burden put upon him by both his father, who was, like, leader of their group. Because, let's be real, you know, like, he definitely came from a background... Galul. Bakul? Okay, so yeah, so... But yeah, Bakul Jaja, like, he was an example of, like, you know, the shortcomings and the desires of his father, and the very narrow point of view that his village had and such, because they were just constantly creating promised children, even with the high mortality rates. He understood that as well, and because of that, like, I absolutely fucking hate when people, like parents push onto their children their desires. Galul Jaja was the reigning son something or rather. God damn it. Look, point is, this game has demonstrated several times now an example of the parent pressuring their child with their problems and their dreams. It's any, like, back in Endwalker, remember, you know what Hyphlodeus did with, you know, creating, fuck. I know her name. I can see her face. The blue bird girl. Her and her siblings. The reason that, so, like, they were created and what have you, which, you know, everyone in the Unsundered world were doing back in Hyphlodeus' dimension and shit. They were making whatever kind of, Meteon. Thank you. So yeah, Hermes was, like, head of the people who, like, make shit and such, and he was meant to, like, you know, bring order and, like, you know, understanding to, like, you know, appropriate things to make and inappropriate things to make, and he was so, like, he was so caught up on what was right and what was wrong, and, like, the history, and, like, you know, the meaning of life and shit. Everyone was making creatures. He did the same thing with Meteon, but then he adds upon top of it of, like, Meteon, my creation, my offspring, you and all your siblings will go out into the world and answer my question. He didn't give a shit about, like, you know, a purpose that they could serve, or of their own. They were to serve his purpose. And so she was forced out into the world. Like, her and her siblings just wanted to make connections because they were, like, you know, autistically coded, highly empathetic beings. And he decides to put her on a fucking mission of, hey, you're probably gonna meet a whole ton of people that are gonna be very fucking depressed and very angry to the universe. And you are going to ask them, hey, what's the meaning of life? Guess what? You're gonna get a very bad answer. The dreams and desires of people who only know peace and only know war are very different. So yeah, so we had that back in Endwalker. Fucking trauma-dumping Meteon. And now we're in today's age, where we're having where we have this problem twofold. We have Bakul Jaja, who is, you know, the desires and dreams of his father and his village are pushed upon him, and he gets survivor guilt as well because of the fact that he is, like, you know, one of, like, a million child that was survived the whole process and shit. So he did some, you know, fucked up nonsense, but we were able to get to him before the whole, you know, world-ending bullshit, so we were able to help him there. Meanwhile, we have an entirely different side of the problem. We have an entirely different side, where Zorul Jah, meanwhile, like, I'm gonna be real with you. His father, like, his birth father, did not promise him the world. His father probably treated him the same way that Kona and Wuklamat were, which was the case of, you are my children, but you can do your own thing. He didn't force the throne onto Koana. He didn't force the throne upon Wuklamat, and he didn't push her back into the realm of her, like, where her father was, like, her biological father, to, like, you know, lead the Hrothgar or anything like that. So, Zorul Jah was not pushed into any sort of, like, you know, one way of living or another by his father, but he doesn't break away from the shadow that his father cast. He felt like he needed to do exactly what his father did, and he didn't, like, you know... God damn it, they really fuck you up with the parents in this game. Right. Kakuya is waiting. Let's head to the tower. From his father, but his people put it out on him as you... Wait. Hang on, can you write that again, Velk? From his father, but his people put... Are you saying they put a lot on him? Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Hang on. Mobile is hard. Understandable. There we go. And I've got quests I'll no doubt need to do. I didn't know that the Electrope Spike was there, but I feel like that's gonna get available some other way. So yeah, so Zorul Jah, like, his father did not force him to, you know, do anything about the throne. He came to the conclusion that he had to be the conqueror, and he had to be, you know, he had to be greater than his father. But it's like, that was not his father's dream. His dream was just, you know, peace and unity. He wanted to be able to, like, give them an opportunity that he wouldn't have had. He was a promised child that was, you know, stuck with the Majuls for, you know, however long he was, until he was able to meet up with the explorer from Eorzea, and from there they were able to, you know, unify Tuliol. Also, then that way there wasn't war. His children are an example of, like, let's be real, before he was ruler, there's no fucking way the McCools would have, you know, adopted a, they would have adopted a Hrothgar. They would have absolutely have thrown her to the curb. The same for the Mikote. Alright. And then we have mechanical sentries here. Ah, there you are. If Queen Speen has registered you as guests, you should be able to march right in. And if she hasn't, then you have a swarm of Zorul Jah's minions to deal with. Cool. No pressure. Nothing for it, but to see if Sphene has betrayed us, eh? Mm-hmm. Thank you for your diligent service, friends. My companions and I would like to pass, if you'd be so kind. Outrunner guide unit identified. Registration number verified. 6 accompanying civilians identified. Verifying credentials. Credentials verified. Welcome, guests of Queen Sphene. What a relief. There you have it. Seems the Queen was true to her word. Follow me, everyone. Solution 9 awaits. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Best zone in the game so far. Everyone clutching. Yeah, everyone just having this moment of like, Holy shit, it does just feel like fucking Cyberpunk, doesn't it?
Everkeep, a tower of electrope piercing a perpetual shroud of storm clouds. Occupying the 9th level of this 12-tiered structure is a residential district called Solution 9. In so naming their home, what hopes did its founders harbor for it? And did it prove the answer they sought?
Zoktural, Solution 9. I don't know what it is about Vaporware. I don't know why everyone looks like they're about to go through like a dance recital or like an exercise music video.
Spectacular, isn't it? There are more districts throughout the tower, including industrial ones, but Solution 9 is the largest.
Just being here makes my head spin.
Oh, that's the vapors. Don't worry about that.
Perfectly natural reaction.
I would not be surprised if everyone's being indoctrinated here by vapors.
Replete with strange technologies that cater to every conceivable need. We never dreamed the light back home in Tuliolo.
Uh-huh.
Now, while I go and explain the situation to those in the back room, why not take a moment to explore? I believe lived experiences are far more educational than dry explanations.
Possibly. Excuse me while I run to that aetherite.
Bean and Zoral just a minion, do you not?
You had me at explore.
I had a feeling you'd be king.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Just to confirm, while we have been allowed inside, are we also permitted to roam?
Absolutely. As Bean's registered guest, you'll find you're exempt from the sentry scrutiny. The elevator to the uppermost level. I wouldn't go near that. But other areas should be fine, provided you act like you belong.
Cool.
All right then, we'll show ourselves around.
Yes. Familiarizing ourselves with the technology here will help us prepare for the battles to come.
Try not to enjoy yourselves too much, or you're liable to attract attention.
Once you've explored to your satisfaction, come to the entrance to True View in the eastern sector. The way from there is a little complicated, so I'll send someone to guide you.
Understood. We'll see you later.
Let me out. Let me out.
I shall speak with the residents. Perhaps one of them will recognize the earring.
They're probably just gonna be like, cool earring, bruh. Cool earring, bruh.
What's with this place? How can this all be the inside of a tower?
I imagine that it's not explicitly inside a tower and it's space-time nonsense.
What aren't you telling me? Where are you?
That, I can't reveal yet. Precautions, you understand. Just know that I'm safe.
She's in a memory. She's died a long time ago. This is not her being remotely controlled with her like body still existing. This is her being controlled by the memory somewhere inside Solution 9.
You must have been through a lot together.
You might say that. For instance, we found the entrance to the Golden City.
Wait, what? You did? Eleanor, why didn't you mention this sooner?
Isn't this like the Golden City technically?
You want to explore together? It's not that I'm scared or anything. Everything is just so different from home is all.
Yes. Oh, she looks like she's gonna cry. She looked like she was gonna cry. She looked like she was a few seconds away from crying just then. Towers inside a tower. I see it, but I still can't believe it. For now, I say we proceed straight ahead. If we feel like we're getting lost, we can always turn around and go back the way we came. Alright, hang on. I guess culture shock can be real. I think, like, the culture shock doesn't hit me as hard as, like, the majesty of scale. Like, oh, shit, actually. Yeah. Actually, what does it look like looking down? Oh. Oh, I think those are highways. Yeah, so the majesty of, like, you know, across and down definitely do it for me. But not like, you know, here's an entirely new place. My parents spoiled me. So, to put you in the context, born in Australia. Within a year, we were in Iran. Within a year, we were in Dubai. I was in there for a few years. In that time, we've gone to Brazil, America, Canada, England, somewhere in the fucking other places within the Middle East and shit. Magna Bodega. Dink. Ugh, crossroads already? This place is too much, and I have no idea where I should go. Right, I made up my mind. Let's head to that building there. This place looks like gold to you? No, but it's more of a case of the Golden City was just, like, the impression people made. Monkey heaven. Everyone's running around and shit. Wind up. Ooh, a wind up. I didn't know we could get wind up Moogles. Ah, yes. We're reaching the end of the quest line. Thank goodness. We'll have someone else that will be able to do escorts and such. I'll be able to end the stream. You've been around? You've only been to the US, UK, Australia, and Germany. Yeah. Our family has done... Oh, Tanzania? Kenya? So...
Ah, there you are. Lamati.
Sphene.
Cookie for Bookie. Here's your cookie, Bookie.
I was worried you might have had trouble at the checkpoint, but I see everything went according to plan.
Yep.
Well, that's thanks to you.
Now, I know you've scarcely arrived, but I have a request to make of you.
Do you now?
Oh, a request, you say?
Yes, an important one.
You regret walking to Macca's in this heat? Oh no! You could have ordered it in.
I want you to make peace with Zoralja.
You're asking for a lot there. You were not there when people were being killed.
I thought you said you weren't on his side.
We have come no closer to seeing eye to eye, nor do I condone his methods. Be that as it may, I don't want you to fight him. I don't want you to regret a decision made in anger and haste. Unequipped with regulators as you are, the risk is too great.
I appreciate your concern, but you asked the impossible.
With what money? I was redeeming freebies. Ah, okay.
Zoralja murdered our father. His minions slaughtered our countrymen. He will never renounce his war. As vow of resolve, it falls to me to stop him. I know you love your people.
Catching a
too.
spelling mistake and they're whining that no one would
understand how I
care since
feel.
it's technically
But
correct.
I cannot, will not back down.
I do understand.
Yes, it's my birthday next week. October 12th is my birthday.
Let me say only this.
Check out my throne.
Zoralja,
I can always, like, fill it in with, like, more gifts and shit.
if you would protect your people, return to them at once and prepare. Prepare as best you can.
Sphene, you're being a child.
May ring hollow coming from the queen of an enemy nation. But unlike me, you still have the power to determine your own fate.
Oh, fuck's sake, Sphene! You're not a queen at this point, you're a hostage! You have clearly gone to Zerul Jaw. Dan's birthday is October 14th. Hey, happy birthday to Dan. Good for him. He's alive. He's still alive. But yeah, Sphene, holy shit. You are not in a good position. I think, like, oh my god, this... I feel like this country, this nation that she is leading, you would have the means and the technology to defeat Zerul Jaw yourself, but you have unfortunately put yourself in a moral position where you cannot. And I feel like it's all because of this really weird, fucked up thing of you don't want death happening. You would much rather bastardize people's deaths and memory in order to sustain some weird, loose moral of, like, no one ever dying, no one ever being forgotten, despite the fact people are dying, people are being forgotten. You're gonna be no help to us. Something is gonna happen in this, like, Zerul, like, you're either gonna get broken, or you're gonna be in our way.
You really are a curious one. Look, you needn't worry for us. We have dependable comrades holding the fort in Tulihiola. They'll keep everyone safe, so we can devote our
Jailbroken? No, she's just... He mentioned that, like, you know, her I wonder if her family is still in, quote-unquote, the memories, and her crown being seen as, like, a different sort of regulator means that she gets a more unique connection to the memories, and so in which case, no one has a care about the past except her. And so she has put this unnecessary burden of she's the only one that remembers everyone's past and such, and so she's making these really weird, like, sustaining people's, like, you know, past and present, but at the cost of people's future. How many people in this city know that they are going to go to war? How many of them are going to learn that they might forget loved ones because she, like, is just going to let them do, like, oh my god. I won't yield on this either.
So you have comrades on whom you can rely.
Yep.
I envy you.
You know, we'd like to learn more about you.
You know, your envy would mean more to me if you weren't a queen.
About me?
There are people out there that will die for you, knowing nothing about you.
So, if you have a moment, would you show us around the district? That way, we can get to know you better.
You're asking me, the Queen, to show you around?
It's not like you're doing anything else in this fucking city, is it? God, I hate monarchies in fantasy realms. They're either really dangerous or really ineffective.
Very well.
Ah.
I shall be your guide. You're my guests, after all, and teaching you about my realm would be a pleasure in and of itself.
Fuck's sake.
If you like, I can introduce you to my citizens, too. I consider them family, as you do yours.
Interesting choice of words.
We're in your capable hands.
She doesn't put family in the quotation, but Zerul Jaw did for him.
You are. This will be an enjoyable and enlightening tour. I promise.
Alright. That is going to be it for today's stream. I have been going for quite a while. I'm in a sanctuary, so it's okay for me to, like, leave and what have you. But yeah, I just wanted to say thank you everyone who came along to this morning's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all had a wonderful time. I feel like we're getting closer. We're pretty close to the end of this thing, and I'll pick it up again. I'm not too sure if it's going to be next week or the week after, because I want to take a break this week. I'm going to be putting myself on vacation mode leading up to my birthday. And yeah, it's probably going to be a bit of a slow, casual week for me. Just recuperating, not feeling busy, doing whatever it is that I missed out on doing. So it's just going to be like that. In the meantime, however, you all probably want to... Let's go for a little raid. Let's have a look. Who is online? Who is doing what? Let's see. And, of course, it recommends to me a shit ton of... Like, is there a way for me to, like, remove the, hey, don't give me people that are also playing Final Fantasy. Just give me someone else entirely different. Ooh, Duper is streaming. What are they streaming? Legend of Zelda, The Echo of Wisdom? Oh, alright. I'm gonna get us raiding, and thank you everyone who came along. I'll see you next time.